when he's coming to the other room, we will hear in loud and order. Okay, perfect.
Program as it is. We will probably skip the open discussion because we have to reorganize things at that time. So I'm afraid the slot, which was Hannah Lorek's talk, which we changed to an open discussion slot, won't happen at all because we need this time to get reorganized. So I'm afraid this slot won't happen, but everything else will be exactly like it is, but predominantly on Zoom from now on. Maybe some people stay in the room, but they will know about it. Okay, so far the information for everyone. Right, and by the way, I feel well. I still taste and smell, and most importantly, I still have my proprioception. So Corona didn't do anything to that. Without further ado, I hand over to Juliana, who will be sharing Jiri. Great to have you here, Jiri.
Hello.
Okay, right. So I'd like to introduce Jiri Binovsky. Jiri Binovsky is a private lecturer at the University of Fribourg, Switzerland, and a senior scientific collaborator at the University of Geneva. His main areas of specialization are metaphysics, metaphysics.
Juliana, I'm not sure whether you're talking already. I can't hear you, and probably people on Zoom can't
No,
either.
it should work, sorry.
Okay,
you can restart. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to introduce Jiri Binovsky. Jiri is a private lecturer at the University of Fribourg, Switzerland, and a senior scientific collaborator at the University of Geneva. His main areas of specialization are metaphysics, metaphysics, aesthetics, and philosophy of mind. He has recently published the books Mind and Matter, which deals with panpsychism and dual aspect monism, and The Limits of Art, which explores interesting borderline cases of art. His talk today focuses on the question if, under the right circumstances, erotic qua proprioceptive experiences can bring about proprioceptive artworks. So now I hand over to Jiri.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Hello everybody. Happy to hear, Marcus, that you are feeling well. I'm also surrounded by a lot of positive tests in my family, so that's why I'm on Zoom as well. My interest in proprioception and proprioceptive art started a few years back when actually I was in Düsseldorf, and we were having a beer with Marcus and the others. And Marcus was telling me about his paper on martial arts and proprioception, and I thought it was absolutely fascinating. So the first thing I did when I came back home from that workshop is that I printed the paper and I read the paper, and I thought it was a brilliant paper, and it really started my whole interest in the topic. There was And also, basically, I found myself to agree with almost everything Marcus said in the paper. There was just this one thing in my mind, which was, why martial arts? Is there something special about martial arts? Why focusing precisely on martial arts? Not that it isn't right, I think it is, but I was wondering whether there was something special about that or not. So I went on reading, I kept on reading, and I came across, of course, the work of Barbara Montero on dance. And again, I was fascinated by what I was reading, and I really liked and I really agreed with a lot of what I was reading. And again, I had the same question, why dance specifically? Is there something special about dance? Also, I had this question because dance and martial arts are actually quite similar in many respects. I'm not going to elaborate on that now because that's not my topic today, but there are many similarities between a kata and karate, for instance, and choreographed dance. So I was wondering whether there was something special there. So what I did is that I started to apply the kind of ideas which I discovered with Marcus and Barbara, and I started to apply, and I wanted to apply them to other things, to see whether they can be applied or not to different fields. And so what I started with was rock climbing. And this was simply because I do like rock climbing, and it seemed to me like the obvious place where the same ideas about proprioceptive artworks could be applied in my work. And so this is in the book that was just mentioned. The book is called The Limits of Art, on borderline cases of artworks and their aesthetic properties. And so I took rock climbing to be another borderline case of art, but actually what I defend in the book is that it's not borderline, that it is art. I mean, there is proprioceptive art involved in rock climbing. So it's not borderline, it's in there. Okay, but then again, I had the same question again. Is there something special about rock climbing? Why rock climbing? Why not some other things? So today I'm starting, I'm opening this topic of erotic art as proprioceptive art, to see whether the same kind of ideas can be applied to this field as well. And obviously, what I hope is that all these things could be extended to even more fields and even more different topics. But the case of sexual or erotic experiences is rather different from activities like dance or martial arts or rock climbing. So there might be some differences there, and we'll see how this works. Okay, so to start, oops, I am trying to put on the next slide, but doesn't seem to be working. Okay, this is the next slide. Yes, okay. So to start, there's a distinction which is really important. I think it's quite obvious, but it's at the same time subtle and easily confused. So let me insist on that a little bit. So it's important to make this distinction between the possibility of erotic art as a visual or perhaps auditory or olfactory art on the one hand, and the possibility of erotic art as a proprioceptive experience on the other hand. And these are really two very different things. Traditionally, of course, most attempts at characterizing erotic arts concern the first possibility, especially the visual possibility. Webb, for instance, focuses on sexual depictions, I quote, which are justifiable on aesthetic grounds. And Levinson, we have the quote here, focuses on art which aims to engage viewers, and he insists on the notion of a viewer through explicit sexual content, and that succeeds to some extent in doing so. So this is the mainstream kind of possibility concerning erotic art, but this is not what I'm going to be talking about. And it's important not to have this type of examples in mind. What I'm going to be talking about is the proprioceptive experience of the one who engages in a sexual activity, and of the possibility of this experience to be an artwork. So it is really important to distinguish between the third-person point of view and the first-person point of view. So here we have an example of a third-person point of view of a video game, and here's an example of a first-person point of view. Okay, so it's the latter, it's the first-person point of view which is going to be interesting for me. Okay, so the claim will be that one's proprioceptive experience, when involved in a sexual activity, can be such that it exhibits aesthetic properties and that it can count as a work of art. Okay, and so these are the two questions. There are two questions to be considered. First is, can a proprioceptive erotic or sexual experience be such that it possesses aesthetic properties? And second, can it be an artwork? And rather obviously, I think the first question actually raises a necessary but not a sufficient criterion for evaluating the second. Okay, so to answer the second question, so can it be a work of art? Here are some criteria for being an artwork in general, so not specific to proprioception, not specific to visual arts or something else, which it will be helpful to consider. So these are not criteria I have invented. These are criteria I have taken from Marcus's work and from other places, and I sort of compiled this list. So let's just read it quickly, just to have them in mind. So first criterion, artworks possesses aesthetic properties. B, artworks are subject to aesthetic judgments. C, artworks have the capacity to trigger aesthetic experiences. D, artworks have the capacity to trigger emotions. E, artworks have the capacity to convey meanings and ideas. F, artworks qua objects, qua material objects, for instance, can have relevant non-aesthetic features and a non-aesthetic function. J, artworks require skill to be produced. And H, artworks are challenging both for the artist and the observer. So all of these criteria play some role in the evaluation of something when it comes to determine whether this something is an artwork or not. And perhaps especially the first four criteria, we will see. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to examine them in turn and see how they apply to the case of sexual proprioceptive experience, okay? But from the start, it's important to note that this list of criteria is not a set of necessary and sufficient conditions, okay? And it's not a kind of a definition of what an artwork is. What I suggest here is that this list, these different elements, are a sort of indicators or pointers to help us to get clearer about the notion of a work of art. And we can then see how they apply to different cases. And this might help us to understand whether there is a work of art or not. So these I take to be not necessary, not sufficient conditions, but more or less optional, useful guidelines. That's how I would like to deal with them. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to see how they apply to the case of erotic or sexual experiences. And from the start, it's important to note that it is not necessary for something to perfectly satisfy all of these criteria to count as a work of art. Okay, but still these criteria are helpful as indicators or pointers in the right direction. Okay. Also, there are other types of characterizations of works of art which will be useful here. I take that this Kandinsky picture is a good example of that, but any artwork could do here. And it's these notions of harmony, symmetry, unity, balance, complexity, simplicity, intensity, passion, pleasure, and other related notions, which again are not necessary or sufficient conditions or definition of a work of art, but again, which are good indications, good indicators of something that can count as a work of art if it exhibits these properties. Okay, so let's keep all of these points in mind. Let's keep the role, the methodological, the role they can play. And let's look at the sexual or erotic proprioceptive experiences and see how they can apply. Okay, this picture is just a kind of a mirror example of the Kandinsky picture. I thought it was interesting to see that nature sometimes does similar things to paintings. Okay, so now about proprioception. Well, a lot has already been said yesterday about proprioception, but just to sort of highlight the points that I want to have in mind, proprioception is a type of inner perception of one's own body, and of course, it is this inner perception, is contrasted with an external perception of one's body. So we have this opposition, which I already mentioned, between the public, external, third-person point of view, performance of a sexual activity. I'm coming to that soon, which is then visually and or auditorily publicly accessible, and the private first-person proprioceptive experiences. Here, the picture is a picture of Adam Ondra, arguably the best climber in the world. And the reason I put this picture here, I'm just going to show you the whole picture, is that as you might notice, I hope you can see this on your screens, he's wearing some sensors on his arms and legs and head. These are the white dots, which you perhaps can see on the picture. And the reason for that is that what he wants to achieve here is to compare his proprioceptive experience while he's climbing with the third-person point of view of himself, which he can watch afterwards, where thanks to these sensors, they reconstruct in 3D all of the movements he's doing. And so he does this to improve his training, and this is not of interest for us today, but it's just to illustrate the feeling he wants to have of his own body while he's climbing sort of from the inside, and the knowledge or the feeling he wants to have of his own body while watching the 3D reconstruction afterwards. So I thought this was a nice example. What he wants to do here is to connect the visual observation of his own body with the proprioceptive experience, and to get then a more complete experience. Okay, when it comes to sexual experience or an experience, there is also this possibility, of course. So while having sexual experience, one can be using visual perception of oneself, say in a mirror, for instance. But on the other hand, a blindfolded sexual experience, or an experience which is taking place in a fully dark environment, can be relevant precisely because it deprives one from the visual sensory modality, which, because the visual sensory modality, as it is often the case, can take a place so prominent that it actually does not allow one to focus on one's proprioception properly. Sight dominates our overall sensory perception, usually so much that when involved in a sexual activity, it is often desirable to suppress it in order to be able to focus on one's proprioceptive experience. By being blindfolded in a dark room or simply by closing one's eyes, the practitioner can then better access her or their proprioceptive data. So this is, I take it, something that typical practitioners frequently do, at least just by closing their eyes. It sometimes maybe, and this shows how central proprioception is in sexual activity. So there is the public, external, third-person point of view performance of sexual activity, which is visually and or auditorially publicly accessible. And there is a private, and I'll specify more what I mean by private later, first-person proprioceptive experience. And these are two different things. So let's see this in more detail. One important thing is that, as O'Shaughnessy points out, proprioception takes a backseat in consciousness almost all the time. Okay, and this is important to notice. For instance, I know about the position of my legs at all times when I'm awake, but I almost never actively think about my legs at all. But if any proprioceptive experience has any chance to constitute an artwork, it must be conscious one. It must be a conscious experience, and very importantly, it has to be focused on by the subject. So it's not just it is conscious, but it's really important to pay attention to it. Okay, so one needs to pay attention to their proprioception. And this is what O'Shaughnessy calls introspective proprioception. So it's more than just proprioception, one could say. It's sort of an active proprioception. It's proprioception where our bodily position, posture, and movements are the focal point of our attention. And this is why sports activities in general, when they are practiced seriously and involve focused training, are good candidates for being activities where aesthetic properties of proprioceptive experiences can be found. Paying attention to one's proprioception is crucial in order to give rise to an aesthetic experience. So this is perhaps why martial arts or rock climbing or dance can be good examples of such cases. But as in sports, when it comes to sexual experiences, one can more or less focus and be aware of one's proprioception. So say that two partners are having sexual intercourse and that they talk a lot, making the content of what they are saying the central point of the overall experience and the central erotic stimulus. Of course, tactile, visual, auditory, and proprioceptive stimuli will also be relevant, but they will not be central to the experience, and they will not be focused on. So in this situation, in a situation like this one, the proprioceptive experience will be similar to the proprioceptive experience of, say, two people jogging while chatting during their run, focusing more on the conversation than on the running, or on the training. Okay. Now, if we can compare this to a different situation where the two partners who are having sexual intercourse don't speak, say that they close their eyes and consciously focus each on their inner proprioceptive experience. And typically this will be something that will be useful to reach orgasm. I'm not saying that this is necessarily the case, but it's kind of a standard situation. Closing one's eyes and focusing on proprioception can be helpful there. Okay, so it's the fact that the practitioners pay conscious attention to their proprioception, to the features and the structure and the unfolding character of the experience. This will allow them to grasp it better and to genuinely notice some of its properties. And this is where I want to suggest that aesthetic properties of the experience, of the proprioceptive experience, can be found. Okay, so it's to sum up, it's when paying close attention to one's proprioception in different situations, and the situations we are concerned here is the situation of a sexual or erotic experience. When focusing consciously, introspectively on the proprioception, then we can begin to notice the aesthetic properties of the proprioceptive data. Okay, so this painting by Brian Donnelly, it's from an Eros series, and I think that in its own abstract way, it exhibits rather nicely these notions of harmony, symmetry, unity, passion, pleasure, balance, complexity, simplicity, elegance, and so on. And what I want to do now is to see how these can be found in proprioceptive erotic experience. Okay, so an erotic or sexual experience is typically unfolding. It takes some time. It has a start. It has an end. It typically, but not always, has a culminating paroxystic final stage. It's not always like this, but it's often like this. But suppose, just for the sake of example, that now we take one of the situations where the practitioners don't speak too much, and they tend to focus on their bodily sensations. Okay, so let's have this type of example in mind. When proprioceiving their own body, they will then find a complex succession of sensations, which with experience, they can both control on the one hand and let freely unfold on the other hand, and which will involve many different body parts and various types of sensory stimuli, mostly straightforwardly pleasurable, but sometimes rough or even painful. And all of these proprioceptive data can, under the right circumstances, form a unified whole, which, when properly balanced and when working harmoniously, gradually contributes to pleasure. And when the practitioners are paying attention to these sensations, they can skillfully guide them and enjoy them in a controlled way in order to decide, for instance, how long the experience should be, what type of sensations are to be preferred, what times raw simplicity works best, and what times intricate complexity and subtlety are called for, and so on. Okay. Orgasm itself is not one unique sensation. It's complex. It has a duration, it has stages, and this also works better when these different stages are balanced, harmonious, unified, intense, simple and complex at the same time. And this is how these features can then lead to pleasure. So all of this, so the reason I'm saying all this is that all of this is not unlike a development of a symphony, including various movements and culminating elements. Harmony, balance, symmetry are relevant and crucial in many of these situations. To have one example, consider, for instance, when it comes to balance pleasant sensations with rough and painful sensations. Sometimes it is precisely the subtle balance between those which provides a rich and enjoyable experience. And the same is true when it comes to simplicity and complexity. When it comes to strong and intense sensation on the one hand and subtle and weaker ones, or when it comes to a rapid succession of sensations rather than slow ones. The practitioners can skillfully then create a balanced, harmonious, and unified, temporally extended experience by combining these elements in various ways according to their personal taste or preferences. Okay. So the structure of the overall experience is highly relevant, including its unfolding character and overall features. The practitioners can, of course, and often do work on this together while paying close attention to their own private proprioceptive experience. But this can also be the case in situations of autoerotic sex, for instance, or in other situations. This is not specific to the type of kind of a standardized example I have had in mind here. Okay, so the point of all this is that aesthetic properties are not difficult to be found in the proprioceptive experience coming from sexual activity. Indeed, as a proprioceptive affair, sexual activity is full of aesthetic experiences. The experiences can be coherent and unified, they can be beautiful, or they can lack cohesion and be dull or monotonous. And all of the typical aesthetic features often attributed to works of art can be found in sexual proprioceptive experiences: harmony, symmetry, unity, passion, pleasure, balance, intensity, complexity, simplicity, elegance, and so on. They can all be exemplified by such experiences. The movements and the corresponding proprioceptive experiences can be awkward or clumsy, or they can be elegant and graceful. The proprioceptive experience of the performer of these movements will then possess these features directly as well. Movements are often simple and complex, and many bodily micro-adjustments are needed, and real focus on proprioception provides thus an experience, an aesthetic experience, useful feedback in order to guide and control one's movement in the suitable way. Okay. It would be a mistake, and it would be a question-begging philosophical stance to assimilate sexual activity of this kind to merely a set of pleasant sensations or merely to having fun. Okay, there is a quote by Schusterman: unless we limit aesthetic experience narrowly to the experience of artworks and conversely confine sexual experience to unimaginative, thoughtlessly mechanical and insensitive copulation, we should clearly recognize that sexual experiences can be aesthetic. So, okay, that's what I was trying to illustrate and to defend in what I said before. Okay, so Schusterman speaks here about sexual experience in a more general way. He does not focus on the proprioceptive experience, as I suggest to do here, but what he says applies to our case perfectly well. Okay, so all of the typical features, harmony, symmetry, unity, and so on, and the corresponding aesthetic properties can be found in the case of erotic or sexual proprioceptive experiences, exactly as it is the case with, for instance, symphonies or paintings and so on. Okay, so in short, to conclude this point, the proprioceptive sexual experiences can be, under the right circumstances and when paid proper attention to, full of aesthetic features. And so the first criterion from the list of criteria we had, so criterion A, on the list is satisfied. Okay, so there can be aesthetic properties of such experiences. Okay, what about the other criteria? Okay, so this is famous Dali's painting illustrating erotic art. It's obviously it's hard to find illustrations of proprioceptive experiences, so I have to appeal to paintings and other things. Okay, so these are the criteria we've been considering. Criterion A, sorry, is the one I've been talking about. Now, what about the other criteria? Okay, so A and C seem to be satisfied. So artworks have the capacity to possess aesthetic properties and the capacity to trigger aesthetic experiences. Okay, this is what I've been talking about. So this seems to be satisfied. D is rather obviously satisfied as well. The emotional response to a given sexual proprioceptive experience is often strong. And it is true both when things work in the desired way as well as when they do not. There is a strong emotional response. when Marcus, who focuses on the proprioceptive experiences of practitioners of martial arts, he makes a useful comparison with standard visual and auditory arts in order to claim that the proprioceptive experience actually satisfies criterion D better than standard artworks. So let me quote Marcus on this. He says, while many auditory and visual arts affect the intellect more than the emotions, or at least emotions only mediated through the intellect, the proprioceptive art would be directly in touch with one's feelings, end of quote. Okay, so this is something I think we can take on board and which is correct. This criterion D can be perhaps even better satisfied by proprioceptive artworks than by other types of artworks. This goes then hand in hand with criterion B. So B is artworks are subject to aesthetic judgments. Since practitioners who undergo such experiences and such emotional reactions to them can and often do talk about them, expressing aesthetic judgments about their activity, their bodily sensations, and the overall proprioceptive experience. So when somebody says, oh, that was beautiful, that's not just an empty or merely metaphorical statement to make after an experience of this kind. Okay, this can be an authentic aesthetic judgment. Okay, what about E? Artworks have the capacity to convey meanings and ideas. Can proprioceptive experience coming from sexual activity convey meanings and ideas? So here it's important to distinguish between sexual activity considered in general from the objective, public, third-person point of view, and the proprioceptive experience of a given practitioner. The former can be full of meaning and many different ideas can be conveyed, but this is not the point to be discussed here. If we focus on the latter, on the proprioceptive experience, can we find meanings and ideas in there? Given the fact that often, but of course not always, the proprioceptive experience of one practitioner is strongly linked to her or his or their sense of touch by the body of the partner, the proprioceptive experience itself then conveys information about one's partner and thus conveys a strong sense of connection with someone. So even when focusing on one's own proprioception, one clearly feels that it is via a multifaceted bodily connection with one's partner's body that the proprioception arises and is the way it is. So connection and related ideas such as love or trust or friendship, as well as their opposites, can constitute perhaps the core of the meaning conveyed by such. Oh, hello. Hello. I don't know why it shut down, sorry. So you don't see the PowerPoint anymore, right? Okay, let me try to put it back. Okay, is it okay? Yeah, good. So I was at criterion E. Okay, and I hope you heard why I was saying that they can be, to some extent, some meanings or ideas conveyed in such situations. Let's now go to F. Okay, sexual activity obviously has relevant non-aesthetic features and a non-aesthetic function. Procreation is the most obvious example. But there are many other functions as well. But again, it is important here to distinguish between sexual activity as an activity on the one hand and the proprioceptive experience of a given practitioner on the other hand. And my focus here is the latter. We have just seen an example of a non-aesthetic function of such proprioceptive experiences. They can play a role in one's health, for instance. Undergoing such experiences is desirable for one's health and equilibrium, perhaps not unlike activities like yoga or Tai Chi or similar. Okay. Furthermore, following one's proprioceptive experience helps the practitioner to get better at what she or he or they or them is doing. So it also has an instrumental value. Often it is the aesthetic aspects, and that's important, the aesthetic aspects of the proprioceptive experience, the elegance, balance, harmony, and so on, which can help the practitioner to improve their skills. So criterion G, artworks require skill to be produced, is of course highly relevant here. One has to get to know one's own body and to appeal to past proprioceptive experiences in order to guide the overall proprioceptive experience while being able to let it unfold freely, make the necessary bodily adjustments, micro adjustments, organize the various stages and successions of sensations, and so on. Of course, we rarely speak of training in the general context of a sexual experience, and perhaps even less so in the case of proprioceptive sexual experience, while we do speak of training when it comes to yoga or Tai Chi. But it is rather clear that skill comes with training here as well, in the sense of simply lessons learned from past experiences. For instance, it may take some time for some practitioners to discover how to reach orgasm or how to control the sensation and timing of ejaculation, and so on and so on. This all takes some practice and some skill. Okay, and now the last criterion H. So artworks are challenging. Well, this type of proprioceptive experiences are challenging in the sense that they encourage and stimulate the practitioner to do better and better or differently, or to be creative. Or if something does not feel right from the proprioceptive point of view, this will encourage the practitioner to change their way of doing things. In short, the practitioner has to be finely tuned to their own body. Okay, so what we have seen until now, I hope the slides work. Okay, so what we have seen until now is that proprioceptive experiences involved in sexual activity do satisfy the standard criteria concerning the nature of artworks. And so I try to submit the idea that such experiences can indeed be, if done in the right way, so focusing and so on, works of art. Okay, this is a rather inclusive view about what counts as art and what does not. And I take this to be a genuinely welcome output of this discussion about erotic art. Indeed, this bears the good news that we can produce and enjoy art more broadly than what one would perhaps have thought. But some caution and some constraint, but there needs to be taken about what counts as an artwork and about the evaluation of artworks in general. So let me quote here again Marcus from his paper on martial arts. This is why I have this illustration here. So let me read the full quote. So Marcus says, if you play your body well, like a musician plays a sonata on her instrument, you have harmonious proprioceptions. Many factors, including precision, speed, the appropriate kinetics, and mental and physical fortitude, have to be in proper control. Not any performance will lead to something aesthetic, and it takes the practitioner a long, stony way under the austere guidance of her master to learn the right movements with the correct intrinsic dynamics. Yet again, just as a violinist hears when his performance is right, the martial arts will, with enough practice, herself feel when her movements are correct. As with sonatas, it is then that proprioceptive pleasure is greatest. end of quote. Okay, so Marcus, I think, is entirely right and sums up nicely the kind of ideas I wanted to highlight. And what he says here about martial arts can be applied very well to the case of sexual proprioceptive experiences. We have already seen how experience and skill and even training stem from such proprioceptive experiences and how they can influence each other. Proprioception helps to improve skill, and better skill helps to have more valuable proprioceptive experiences. So Marcus's way of putting the point, namely the idea of playing one's body, eloquently and nicely sums up the idea that as it takes time and effort to master a musical instrument, it also takes time and effort to master one's own body and one's own proprioception. And it is only then that an appropriately aesthetic proprioceptive experience can take place, giving rise to a proprioceptive artwork. So this is really important. I have insisted on focus, on introspective proprioception, and here we insist on skill and on the mastering of one's own body, playing one's own body, as Marcus puts it. I think this is a really nice way to put it. Okay, now we have to consider a few things about taste and evaluation. Skill and competence of a given practitioner also plays an important role when it comes to evaluate a given proprioceptive experience, as opposed to have it. Okay, so skill is important in order to trigger and to have the experience, but it's also important when it comes to evaluate it. Okay, so as in any case of art, not everybody is a good evaluator. And of course, not everybody is an artist that is a skilled and involved practitioner. In order to be genuinely relevant, the aesthetic judgments involved in the B criterion should always be judgments provided by a skilled and experienced practitioner. Actually, to be even able to notice and see the beauty, elegance, grace, fluidity, harmony, balance, intensity, originality, and so on of one's movement and one's proprioception, while undergoing a sexual experience, one needs to have enough competence as well as enough relevant experience to be able to compare the current experience to previous experiences. A novice or a less skilled practitioner might simply not be able to work with their proprioception well enough to have a sufficiently complex and rich proprioceptive experience. Okay. So as in standard cases of art, the evaluator's aesthetic taste also plays an important role here. Preference variance is huge when it comes to sexual experiences. Some practitioners will prefer slow and delicate proprioceptive sensations, while others might prefer quick and rough ones. And this is only one of the most obvious points where we can see how individual taste plays an important role in erotic experiences. But the notion of taste here, when it comes to evaluate such proprioceptive experiences and their aesthetic value, is not just a notion of mere liking. Okay, simply puts it in a nice way. He says, when I speak of taste, I shall not be dealing with questions which center upon expressions like a matter of taste, meaning roughly a matter of personal preference or liking. It is with an ability to notice or discern things that I'm concerned. Okay, and I think this is really a very important notion. It's the ability to notice the aesthetic experiences, to discern when they are there and what they are. This is the kind of taste which matters here. Of course, this echoes Hume. Hume's claims that not everybody's taste counts and that not everybody can play the role of a good critic of art. Is exactly the kind of idea here. Okay, So it's not surprising that experienced practitioners, while of course keeping in mind their own personal taste, will be able to agree on the aesthetic properties of a given sexual proprioceptive experience, and they will evaluate the given proprioceptive artworks accordingly. It is, of course, not possible to share such artworks directly, since they are private, and I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit later, because they are experiences, so they are not shareable in this sense. But this does not prevent relevant comparisons to be made, since competent evaluators can use indirect means to make the comparisons by simply talking about their respective proprioceptive experiences. Okay, so now something on privateness, which is a really important feature of proprioceptive experiences and proprioceptive artworks. So here we have the Mona Lisa in a situation which I think also was already mentioned yesterday. Proprioceptive experiences, unlike what we have here on the picture, are accessible only to the subject of those experiences, and they are private in this sense. Okay, but this does not mean that they cannot be works of art. Okay, it would be question begging to say that something cannot be an artwork if it is not publicly accessible. This does not mean that the private character of proprioceptive artworks make them special when compared to more standard public artworks, such as visual or auditory artworks. In addition to this striking feature, erotic proprioceptive artworks are such that the subject is both the artist and the spectator. Okay, this is a very particular feature of these types of artworks. Okay, in practice, this translates into the experience by realizing that it is both important to guide and control one's proprioceptive experience, but also to be able to let it freely unfold and to observe it, to enjoy it, so to say. So there is this double sort of skill which is necessary here. Okay. And there is always this component of control and this component of sort of letting go or let it happen. Okay. Maybe the most obvious examples include the fact that it is not possible to get an erection or to have an orgasm just by a fully controlled voluntary decision. Okay. It is a crucial part of the overall experience and the overall skill of the artist, the practitioner, to find the balance and harmony between active control and more passive attention to one's proprioception. Okay. Of course, similar experiences can be had by different practitioners, and it is possible for two practitioners to have the same type of proprioceptive experience, not the same experience, but the same type of experience, and thus to be able to compare their experiences by talking about them, as I already mentioned. So it is in this limited sense that it is possible to share this type of artworks, proprioceptive experiential artworks. Here's a quote where Barbara rightly insists on the private aspect when it comes to proprioceptive experiences of dance in this way. So she's talking about dance. So let me read the quote. She says, "It is not merely that the proprioceptive experience seems private, since arguably there is a sense in which all experience is private," which is right. Rather, it is that the object of experience appears to be private. The objects of visual experience, a painting, can be experienced visually by many observers, while the object of proprioceptive experience, one's own body, can be proprioceived only by oneself. Okay. So an explanation of why it is so that visual and auditory artworks typically dominate our understanding of the nature of art is here then readily available. Such works of art are easily shareable and more easily accessible, since the spectator does not need to be the artist. So it might very well be that precisely because they are private, as we have seen, proprioceptive artworks provide a stronger aesthetic experience than the experience of a public entity, like the Mona Lisa, simply because there is a clear sense in which one is closer to one's proprioception than to, say, a painting. In this sense, the aesthetic experience arising from a proprioceptive experience is more immediate, and it is more directly related to our emotions, which are crucial when it comes to the appreciation of works of art. So on the one hand, such private artworks are at the disadvantage of not being publicly shareable. But on the other hand, precisely because of their private character, they can perhaps give rise to stronger aesthetic experiences. The private character of proprioceptive experiences does not only cannot count against recognizing them as being possibly artworks, but it might actually count as an argument in favor of recognizing them as such. Okay, and I think this is all I wanted to say. So I wanted to insist on this private character of this particular type of artworks in the end. Here are some of the references I mentioned, and also the paper I just presented now is a paper you can download here, and you have also other references there. Okay, I think I'm done. I don't know what time it is. I hope it's not been too long.
Answer. So are there any questions? I don't see any questions in the chat here in the room. Yeah, Charles just needs a...
I guess I had a question about the sort of the analogy you'll draw from the rock climbing martial arts on the one hand, and then the extension of that proprioceptive art into erotic acts on the other. And you sort of group these all together as sort of similar in kind in a way, all involving a focus on proprioception. But when I sort of think about it, I think they're quite different. That I'm neither a martial artist nor a rock climber, but there it feels like you really do attend to care about the position of your limbs in space. So proprioception narrowly defined. You care not at all really about touch or smell or sound. Whereas in the erotic act, it feels like I don't really care where my limbs are. I don't care about proprioception much. But what I focus on when I close my eyes is much more the tactile stimulation. The smell, the sound, your imagination. But it feels like proprioception plays a much smaller role, if defined narrowly in the erotic act relative to the two cases you started with. And that might be something to a contrast.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I didn't see you, but I heard the question. So there are maybe two things I can say in reply. One is something I have been actually wondering about, and I'm not sure what to say, is what exactly is the relationship between touch and proprioception? I have read some people saying that it's the same type of sensory modality, that touch is, that proprioception is a kind of touch, and other people say that it is not. I have not entirely made up my mind when it comes to this, so this was just a quick remark I wanted to mention, that maybe there is something there to investigate. And also, I think that so if you focus on touch as being more important than, say, being aware of the spatial location of your legs or limbs and so on, well, I think we could say that in order to get the right or the desirable touch data, proprioceptive data, we do need to attend to the position of our body, limbs, and so on, just in order to get the proper touch sensations. So I think it would not be correct to say that we can sort of discard the position of our body. I think that the position of one's own body is really important in order to get the proper proprioceptive sensations one wants to give, at least in a strongly instrumental way. I don't know if that really.
You take the point that there's sort of a change in emphasis, so maybe both are still relevant, proprioception and skin sensation as touch, but kind of the dominance or the relative importance switches between the martial arts and dance on the one hand and rock climbing, where it's the proprioceptive, the position of your bodies is number one and touch is secondary, versus in the erotic arts where it's more the touch, the bodily, the skin senses are of primary importance, and perhaps the body position is of secondary.
Yes, but even if you think that, I think you could still agree that the skin sensations depend on the bodily positions. So the bodily positions are
not necessarily.
Really I mean, if my hand is up in the air, it's not touching anything. It's not getting any sensation. If it is positioned, say, somewhere on the body of the partner or my own body, then it does get the sensation. So the position of my arm is actually really important.
Okay. I think we should give the word to Ludger Schwarte with a question.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have that much time. There would be a lot to discuss. I'll just make 2 remarks and a question, if I may. The first is, what you talk about always involves several people, at least 2, I think. And it made me think whether the term proprioception does not require a contrasting concept, which would be heteroception, because feeling the other feel inside is part of, I think, the sexual act in a way. The second remark is, there's a long-standing discourse, having already established sexuality as an art, starting with Ovid, Ars Amatoria, or the Kama Sutra, or Marquis de Sade. And that leads me to my question: what does it imply for you, or why is it important for you not to simply call this an aesthetic experience or an aesthetic practice, but to call it art? What is the difference there for you between aesthetic experience and art, and why is it important for you to call it art?
Okay. Yes, thank you. So to the second point, so the most important for me is indeed to say that these type of experiences can be the bearers of aesthetic properties. I think that's the most important to establish, the most important point to establish and to have. And then, if something is a bearer of aesthetic properties, then if it is a bearer of the right kind of properties in the right way, then it can be a work of art. So these were the 2 questions I sort of tried to distinguish at the beginning of the talk. So it's like 2 steps. So the first step is to recognize that there are aesthetic properties involved. And the second step is that if they are involved in the right way, then we can have a work of art. I don't know if that helps, but it's like 2 connected steps. It's not that I necessarily want to have one rather than the other. It's like 2 stages of the same idea. I'm not sure I got the first question. There were 2 clicks in my sound where you were talking. Could you just very quickly try to ask it again? I'm sorry.
Well, the first was just the idea that we might develop the idea of a heteroceptive experience, which seems to be involved, like feeling someone else feel from the inside seems to be, you're not only touching someone or watching, hearing someone in the sexual act, but it's important, at least to some sense, or an important sense, that you observe someone else's proprioception. So it's not only sort of self-centered, but centered on the other person involved or the other persons involved. And I wonder whether we cannot introduce such a concept as heteroceptive experience. That was the first remark, and the second was this discourse starting with Ovidius, Ars Amatoria, Kama Sutra, etc., where an art of loving or is already established. These were the two remarks I
sure. Yeah, that's really interesting, and maybe it concerns in general the sensory modality of touch, because whenever you touch something or somebody in this case, well, it's your own experience, it's one's own experience, but it's the experience of somebody else who contributes strongly to the experience. So maybe this is not limited to the case of sexual or erotic tactile experiences, but to tactile experiences maybe in a more general way. So when touching something, the other something does contribute. And also, and of course, in the case of erotic or sexual experiences, this contribution is very strong and very important. So, and very salient. So the experience one has is not ego-centered in the sense that it would somehow want to ignore the other. It's private in the sense that it is a proprioceptive experience, which is only mine, but it is strongly informed and strongly influenced by the other. So it's kind of a mixture of both. So strictly speaking, I think we should say that it is private and in this sense ego-centered, but this is a very strict way of putting it. And maybe in a more broader sense, we can accept that that the other is strongly contributing to the experience and is part of it. But maybe we can distinguish between a very narrow sense and a broader sense here. Yeah. Sorry, I was too long.
No, thank you for your interesting talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there will be a 15 minutes break before we go on. Der Markus hatte seine Frage zurückgezogen, das hat er beschrieben.
Oops. Could you turn me off for now, because it's not really holding very well. Can I switch the slides myself, or will you do that? Yes.
Okay, our next speaker is Xenia Federova. She is a media and media art researcher and currently works as a lecturer in modern and contemporary art and theory at Leiden University. She holds 2 PhDs, one in cultural studies, another in philosophy and aesthetics. She recently published a book, Tactics of Interfacing Encoding Affect in Art and Technology, in which she addressed the question how digital technologies affect the way we conceive of the self and its relation to the world. In her talk today, she will discuss artistic tactics of sensing across and beyond the bodily boundaries. Xenia, thank you for being here, and I hand over to you.
All right, where should I look? So the online audience is here, and once again, hi everyone here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So it's a pleasure once again to experience interdisciplinary conversations and around a theme that has been dear to me for quite some time. I'd like to start actually by mentioning that for someone coming from Russia, this topic, and in fact the particular phrasing of the topic of my presentation of today about distributed self has, of course, type of new meaning. So yesterday, experiencing Thomas Saraceno's installation, I was thinking of this support net, for instance, as a metaphor, and it was a wonderful aesthetic experience for aligning the mind and everything that goes through it now with the body. And that it's very important indeed that we need art to keep these issues of the whole soul, so to say, with the physical reality, right, and have support from that reality. And yeah, so that feeling of suspension in space, the fear, but also because it was framed as art, because you knew that you're safe and it is controlled, and yes, you are free to feel whatever emotions you can there. So it was kind of a therapeutic experience, I must acknowledge. Yes, and indeed, I'd like to talk about different types of relations and about how art, well, proprioceptive, technological art in my case, allows us to feel beyond ourselves, and that's why perhaps my presentation today, or at least this introductory note, is about the relations also between aesthetics and ethics, about why proprioception, for instance. Yesterday I asked Marcus, so we're talking about what is proprioception, but also for me, I was feeling that indeed it's very topical once again. I mean, we discussed that yesterday already, that in the arts it became topical, so since, let's say, the 70s, and also due to a particular, well, social historical situation that society all over the globe was finding itself in. And, well, obviously today it also has even a geopolitical dimension, so that we are indeed living in a global society, so and you can feel these interdependencies, yes, with our bodies, with our feelings, those who are indeed personally affected, like my family and my whole professional community in Russia. So, yes, my self today is kind of distributed and they feel their pain, and would like to acknowledge that. But back to the content indeed, and to briefly expand on where I'm coming from, and also how this talk relates to my work in general. In fact, I will be talking about, well, many subjects that I've written upon. And because Marcus also framed this as a workshop, thank you for this. So I feel also a bit more relaxed, perhaps not offering particular conclusions, and perhaps also some, at the end, things for further exploration, so that maybe could be sensed as a radical end of this conversation. So I also assume there will be questions about the limits of how far can we push, well, the definition of proprioceptive art. Just with Yuri, we heard, well, also there are concerns whether it is proprioception or perhaps interoception only, right? So with my talk, these questions, I'm sure, will come up too. So, but just to give a very brief overview, indeed I come from several disciplines, so mainly philosophy, aesthetics, art studies, I would say, not really history, but Kunstwissenschaft. So I also am interested in the definition of art, and yet it's also media theory. So I think that my contribution in this gathering is really to also touch upon the subject of technology and what they add to well, where we in the arts, in the exploration of aesthetics today. And hence, yes, so just a few of the books, although I also have a link later to my Academia DU page, where I assume so quite a few articles could be interesting for those who are listening. Now, but then, yes, the book that Julia already mentioned, Tactics of Interfacing Coding Affect in Art and Technology, published by the MIT last year, well, 2020. So actually does also give a good, well, at least a ground, yes, to place conversation about proprioceptive art also within the field of media art, art and technology studies, media aesthetics as well, and so on. And the title in Russian, actually it was an anthology about different media theories, media between magic and technology. Yes, also to expand a bit more so on what we mean. I'd like to also mention that, so speaking of aesthetics, of course, we're talking about sensing experiences. And there is a conundrum, right? So for all of us here to move from pure sensation through art, hopefully, to some kind of making sense. And I'd like to also stress, well, one of potential definitions or aspects of what, well, a sense and a sensation can be, which comes from a philosopher, well, of technologists mostly, but not only, Luciana Parisi. And she says that sensation, well, I basically would like to approach it as a fixation of a moment of change of state. And then she says that it's the arrest or snapshot of perpetual motion, the residual rhythm traversing the sensing thinking regions of the body. Well, it's pretty rich definition, so it's a lot of philosophical phrasings. So a few things to stress, so that indeed it is about a moment of transformation perhaps, right? So that you need to register, you need to become aware of. Yuri was talking about that as well, yes, so the conscious awareness of what is going on with you in your body. So that is important specifically for, of course, artistic framings of these experiences. And yes, it's also catching and kind of registering that moment in time, right? So because it is about also a continuous experience, something that takes place both in space, and I'll talk about that more too, but also in time. So as process-based, sensations are, first of all, events. They're defined as by their operational potential, I'd like to stress. which means the potential to create change, to produce effects and affects. Yes, so when we become aware of them, so that means that, well, something is going on, an event, right? But operational potential, that means indeed that, well, there is still something there to unfold, right? So you register that with your thought for a reason, right? So that it makes some kind of sense to you, so it produces meanings, right? So it is generative. It's a pretty popular discourse today, so around performative thinking, performative epistemologies, for instance, explored by Andrew Pickering. So because knowledge, indeed, in general, also is produced in the act. And with performative epistemologies, we also have performative ontologies. So actions of feeling, sensing as also facts that take place in time, but also in place, and also can be shared and proved to, to be, first of all, right, in an ontological sense. So in some of my work, I propose the concept of sense act, in addition to the well-known speech act or image act, build act, yes, so for the German art studies community, so it's a well-known phenomenon, and also think act, so which was initiated by a dear colleague of mine, Aloysia Moser, so who wrote about Wittgenstein and Kant and this performativity of thought. But so in my case, it is really about the sensing, right, and also the this kind of media ecological, environmental even approach. I'd like to locate this type of sensing within, and hence a lot of my examples. So now this is kind of the end of the theoretical part, and I will just unfolding these ideas through different types of artistic practice. But not yet, perhaps, because in the book, also where I explore all kinds of modalities of what I call interfacing, which means really being in relation with oneself, with the other, and what concerns us, me primarily today, is the relation with the environment. And in fact, in the chapter, so on most evocative media, augmented vision, so I do employ the notion of proprioception, so quite a lot. But then, maybe it would be too much for an oral presentation to go too deep into philosophical aspects of that, referencing Brian Massumi and so on. So one of the examples I begin with there, speaking of augmented vision, for instance, is Alphonse Schilling, an artist who did the so-called Sehmaschinen, so machines for, basically transforming your field of vision. Back in the 70s already, throughout the 80s, he was based in Vienna, and so did these experiments indeed with visual perception, so in a totally analog way. So like Carsten Hurler, for instance, with those glasses, so similar experiments with this gazelle. So, and here, so it's of course important to stress why augmented. Yes, we haven't heard this term yet in our discussions. Perhaps others will talk about that, but since I am talking indeed about technologies and about extension of the self, right? So distribution of the self in space outside, across and beyond the bodily boundaries. So of course we have, so-called cultural techniques, so Kulturtechniken, also German media theoretical contribution here, so that, for instance, glasses, yes, and of course telescopes, so something that, requires techniques, but not necessarily, let's say, digital technologies, as we know, and yet certain skills to transform something, to make it a tool, right, for, let's say, expanding your ability to sense reality, right, and it could be vision, could be, of course, hearing, and all kinds of other senses. And what's at stake for us is, of course, proprioception, and here are some examples. So jumping from the 70s and analog technologies, I'd like to also mention, well, experiments with AR, so augmented reality, which we know also from the field of digital technologies, and today, indeed, through well, commercialization of that field. Yes, so we actually do quite often need to have access to that through different apps on our phones and so on. But what Tamika Thiel did, she also, well, with this, well, it's not an installation, it's really, well, I would say an app designed for people to look at this famous building in London in this new way. So, and actually what is embedded there is a particular disorder, in fact, that some people have. Sorry, I'm blinking on the exact name of that. Maybe Charles will help. When you have multiplication, for instance, of images, diffusion of them, and so on. So something that really happens in your well, brain, I guess. So when it deciphers the visual signals, and then this is what people, so their brain, basically not even the eyes, see, right? So the multiplied objects, for instance. And Tamika Thiel just reproduced that, so for normally seeing people to experience, right, what it is. But why it is also interesting with, well, proprioception in augmented reality art is a so-called gestural gaze. This is not my concept, but it's very productive, I feel, so for our discussion, because it is indeed about the combination of two senses, the sense of vision, but also haptic sense. I'll talk later a bit more about haptics. This is also something that we haven't talked enough about, right? So distinctions between touch, haptics, and proprioception, for instance. But as a combination of senses, it really generates, well, a new type of sense, you can say. Yes, so you see with your hand, right? So when you have to locate your phone, so in front of a certain object, so this is what basically it implies. But, so from augmented vision, so technological augmented vision, I'd like to also switch to, well, or open up to a broader discussion of also technologically augmented sensing in general, and mention this book by Jennifer Gabaris on Program Earth. Well, it's called Program Earth, and it is on environmental sensing technologies. So it's not about aesthetics at all, not about art at all, right? But it gives us an interesting context also to think of how all this, you know, global interconnectedness is actually working these days. Yes. So what enables it is, of course, networked technologies. Yes. So internet primarily, but also sensors. So the devices that actually can provide, can collect and then allow data be interpreted, so telematically. So it's important here that indeed we're talking about, well, the global situation, the distributedness of sensing throughout the whole planet through technologies. In relation to art, I would say, so the concept of networked art or also telematic art covers well, quite a lot of experiments that have been going on in the field of art, well, since the 60s, basically, so when artists also started gaining access to some of those technologies. So, for instance, these first bridges between, let's say, LA and New York, so where people would, I mean, using, well, some experiments used a telephone network, right, so, or TV network, and so yes, people could just see each other, right, like we now do through Zoom, or so dance also remotely, Japan, the US, already in the 70s. But I'll just reference this field on the slide by pointing to the work by, in particular, Edward Schenken, So the book Systems, for instance, although there is a lot written on that, and also Roy Ascott, so who is kind of one of the fathers, so to say, within this field, also an artist and interested in the issues of, well, basically body-mind, psychosomatics and consciousness, and he just has a very beautiful article called Telematic Embrace, which I think is also a nice metaphor for today. And since we do come from different fields here, so for media art specialists, this is a total classics. Yes, for some of you maybe not that well known. So Stelarc and what he did. Well, even if you do know of him, so it still never hurts to repeat, because he is also a very interesting conceptual thinker. And a very courageous self-experimentator, yes, what he did with his body by extending it, indeed, well, out there, and allowing people from all over the world to literally, physically manipulate the movements of his limbs. So, and then he would be then an object of that manipulation, and I think it also offers us a good example of, let's say, for the discussion like we just had with Yuri as well, so about object of sensing, right? So in proprioception, it's important to feel some relationship, but then if you are so in a passive state, right? So you do feel something, of course, in your body, but then it's also interesting to think of what those who manipulate his body feel when they see how he reacts, something like that. And of course, he's also famous for the statement that the body is obsolete. So, and by that he meant, well, okay, so what happens when we kind of cross indeed the boundary from just our body, open it up for, let's say, others to manipulate it, or just explore its potential, the hidden potential. Another example that is not about the bodies, and yet it is about connections between the bodies that cannot cross the borders of the states. So here is my little geopolitical concern once again. It's also a very well known artist both in technological art field, but also in contemporary art. Comparable, I would say, to Saraceno in many ways. So Raphael Lozano Hammer, he's been very concerned with questions of surveillance, control in a lot of his works. So this border tuner that was installed in between Mexico and the US, so on the border. So this is also an interesting, well, not just political case, but aesthetic, ethic experience for, well, even for us to look at these beautiful beams in the sky. Yes, but what is going on there is that indeed, so people, for instance, cannot cross the border that easily, and yet the light beams, just like sound, for instance, as well, so they can travel further. So speaking of augmentation, right, of what we have to, let's say, so, and then they literally touch in the sky when people on the two sides of the border talk to each other. So there is a microphone, and they can literally just, well, choose the person they want to reach, and then, well, everyone would hear that, and then the light beams actually would even pulsate in the rhythm of their voice. Yeah, and but yes, the metaphor is that the lights can indeed touch each other. So, and that's why, so the border can be crossed through this augmented, so to say, way. Speaking of affects and feelings, here is also a nice, very intimate kind of example. So communication of feelings, mobile feelings, also another classics by Christa Sommer and her partner Laurent Mignonneau. So these devices, well, it was done, you see, so back in 2003 already. So perhaps today, indeed, through all kinds of wearable devices, we can, collect a lot of data both for ourselves and share them well, with those who we want, but actually also important to remember with many third parties that can, commercialize those data, profit from them, and so on, and we are not in control where those data go. So biofeedback data. Well, most artists actually usually these days do make comments about the security of the data, that they don't leave, in fact, the devices and the network that is needed to maintain them, maintain the connection, and this is it. So, but as you see, well, actually these are two pictures put together, so it's not necessary that they are in the same room, even these people communicating. So it's about telecommunication of data like, well, it's not just data, it's states, yes, emotional states reflected in, let's say, your heartbeat. So because there is a sensor for a finger that can track the pulsation of your blood. And then you can also blow into a little hole, and then a person on the other end would feel air coming out, so that would feel like a virtual kiss. For instance, so in this sense, they are very intimate, right? So to feel someone's breath right on your cheek, right? So it is a very private kind of experience. So just this affective, personal, right, experience to stress. So I mentioned that I would like to expand on the notion of haptics. And I will do that through, well, considering the phenomenon of telehaptics, yes, because I'm talking about distributed, augmented, networked selves. And, well, here are a couple of books also for reference by the, well, two authors that really push this agenda of exploring well, the history of haptic technologies, so it's Mark Patterson, and David Parisi. So we have two Parisis, Luciana Parisi and David Parisi. And yeah, so they have different takes on, well, not just touch really, although the books have touch in the titles. And yet, in case of Parisi, so it's interfacing with haptics from electricity to computing. So it's really the history or archaeology of this sense that is not always located just on the skin, for instance. And then they write really interestingly about the science, right? The history of science behind that, experiments in psychophysiology back in 19th century, throughout the 20th century, of course, with the involvement, of course, of electronic technologies and so on. And then Mark Patterson has a more comprehensive view also on the cultural aspects of that, on the philosophical issues, and the whole history, let's say, of the concept of haptics back, going back to Aristotle and throughout the modern times as well, so the British empiricists, so that was of course very important for Descartes too, so just to acknowledge that. And then the picture on the left is, well, what is it, the performance participatory art, but also very proprioceptive, very appropriately so, by Marnix de Nijs, a Dutch artist, yeah, so who's been around also for a while. You see, this work is from 2001, and yet I'm also kind of collaborating with him now, so on this exact idea of telehaptics. Yes, and I really like this earlier, well, what did I say? So participatory art project, so because it's not really a performance. Yeah, although, yes, well, back to the definition of art, like I'm still processing also erotic art, so what makes it art and so on. So, well, this is for two people to experience, others can observe, but they, because it is framed by the artist as this particular experience, right, for them to have, so it can, I guess, be called art. Cross-control, it's called, and what is going on is that people on two of these, well, how to call them, catamarans or whatever, so, I mean, this is also from the world of entertainment, yeah, art bridges here, the attractions, yes, and So they can steer, so just navigate the water, but not as they want themselves, but as a partner would want. So the controls are switched. So if one steers right, so for instance, you would steer right, but it would be the other person whose boat will be turning right. And yours, in turn, will be turning as wished and kind of controlled by another person, right, on another boat. So this is very playful too, and this is kind of one of the themes that Marnix's device is working with. So this shared experience, for sure, right, very much so. Well, makes it fun, establishes trust, right, which is also very important because also something I haven't really thought much before, like martial arts, right? It is about competition. It is, well, a different kind of affect behind that, right? Than, let's say, mobile feelings. We kind of share loving sensations, yeah, or here it's probably friends, yes, that are just, also kind of competing with each other, but they don't want to hurt each other, probably. So, yes, and it is about haptics too, so because well, you have to literally hold the wheel, right, to control it physically with your muscles, with your whole body, and yet it is more than just haptics, so it's about proprioception, because you need to be aware of another person also being in that space somewhere near you, doing something. Switching from haptics purely, so another dimension of what I'd like to discuss here and share with you is environmental sensing, something that, well, I mentioned already what Jennifer Gabris is writing about, so environmental sensing technologies, really, her point is, and kind of the politics, ethics behind that, so how they can be adopted by anybody, so actually it's not just the governmental institutions, let's say the weather controlling stations and all that, but no, it's about citizen science, it's about empowerment and how we can create knowledge by ourselves, by uniting, by learning the skills and raising awareness of, for instance, issues of pollution, right, and other environmental factors on the agenda. And speaking of pollution, what we are looking at is Susanna Hertrich's, well, it's a wearable device, you can say, so another class of art here. So it's not an installation at all, right? It's something that you would wear on your body, and yet it does count as art. Well, it's a speculative device, and yet it is, as far as I'm aware, functional. So it's called Jakobson's fabulous Alphactometer, and Jakobson's, well, what is it, the organ Jakobson's, well, anyway, so it's an organ that, or yes, I guess it can be called an organ that usually animals like horses or dogs have in order to sense the pheromones around them a bit better and to relate to, well, other dogs and horses and to the aerosols, whatever, any signals from the environment better. So, and it is located under their upper lip. So, and hence this device, well, for humans, but it's, well, that's why it's speculative, and the people actually won't, well, who would wear this device, they won't really feel like the horses or dogs, unfortunately, and yet, so on the conceptual end, right, so they can extend kind of in their imagination, feeling that, well, as a dog, for instance, yes, and the signal they're supposed to feel then would be information about air pollution. So it was inspired by Susanna Hertrich's experience living in China, so in polluted urban environments there. So, and she decided to, yes, create this experience for people who are not fully aware of how much pollution is there in the air. Yes, and then they would, well, they are supposed to kind of sense that somehow, yeah, so through that organ. There are many other works like that, so that also send information about environmental data, right, to your body to make you more acutely aware of that. So, and it is about, yes, this relationship to the environment, once again, so, but not in a visual sense, because pollution is hard to see, impossible to see, and yet it is there, right? And it's one of the factors affecting us too, so it's important to be aware of as well. On the same topic, the Russian group where dogs run, so also very interesting collective that have been working with technologies since early 2000s in a very particular way. So they have their own artistic intonation, I would say. So there is a lot of irony, dark humor sometimes. So, but it's always highly kind of, well, both conceptual and artistic at the same time. So there is always an image, a narrative, perhaps, well, a fictional scenario. Well, it's less about scenarios, it's really about an image like this one. So it's a, well, so-called collector, but actually they make reference to, let's say, the European tradition of what they called troubadours, minnesingers, yes, so the traveling musicians, or not necessarily musicians, so people who would travel through Europe, so from little town to little town, collecting stories, telling these stories in other places. So, and this collector is a kind of well, a hybrid between a person and also this another wearable device that would be collecting chemical data, in fact, from the air. And, well, they also come from the Ural region as myself, so, well, it's not always this gloomy there and polluted, not at all, so they picked a very particular site, I would say, famous for its pollution. So, and what is also peculiar here that the device is working, so, and it's a totally analog device, so that there is a chemical reaction happening right in that, well, machine, I guess you would call it, apparatus. So that then interprets the chemical data into audio signals. So with this, I would also perhaps stress this issue of interpretation that, well, has been on my mind for a while, so, and is highly related to, well, what goes on in media art always. So it's about, well, processing data and translating one type of signal into another, right? So it's about, well, in lots of cases, interactivity, right? So input-output relationships. But it is about a relationship, right? Once again, so being in relation, so how data, how matter can be in relation with, well, with our senses in our case, right? Yeah, so how to relate this to proprioception. Well, we could talk about that later, so we don't have to do it at every minute with every aspect, I guess, but something to hold perhaps for the discussion too. And not yet the final issue, but almost final, so dimension also of, well, my work that I'd like to share and that I feel is related to our topic is also, well, other, not even necessarily kind of media art practices, but yeah, maybe it is about actually this issue of translating, translation relations between the body and mind and the different means for artists to do that. So, and by means, I mean also media. So media is something that mediates an experience, but also mediates knowledge making, right? So, and that's why, so proprioception as a thinking method implies basically the epistemic dimension of things, right? So how knowledge can be performative. Remember I started with that, with Andrew Pickering. So, and coming back to it, through the work by an Austrian artist, Nikolaus Ganster, and his collaborators, Emma Cocker, Mariella Grail. And well, this image comes from a very interesting work of theirs, so, which was a 3-year research project exploring basically embodied perception. So, and Ganster also is a famous, conceptual artist. He works a lot with so-called diagrammatic thinking. So I have a whole article on him, kind of figuring thought. So how can we represent, well, in this case, thinking, so it's not just about proprioception, so I'm not going into detail with this, but they also had, there is supposed to be an image here, but yeah, sorry, choreographic figures is the title of that project. And just to give you a sense of what they were doing there, it's indeed being in relation with the environment, but also with different objects, with different bodies in space, and thinking of particular figures of thought, how they call them. So there is a whole list, very interesting, for philosophers, for instance, here, just what they came up with. So what kind of thinking processes could be also, performed, processed through the body. Yes, so I don't want to say kind of reflected or represented, because it's indeed about making them happen and kind of thinking through that making happen in the body. For example, figure of spiraling momentum, right? So feeling the potential in time that something is coming, right? A momentum. So it's highly kind of time-based phenomenon, and yet, yes, it's also affective, right? And yes, you can do it with movement, of the body, of strings, and so on. Yes, there is a really rich website that they have, so I encourage you to take a look. And also on this topic of epistemological value of these explorations, and also about collaborations between, by the way, artists and academics. So as we are here at a workshop, so perhaps next time we could also have a bit more embodied component to it, but unfortunately, yes, it's still COVID time. So this is a title of a research project, actually, experimenting, experiencing, reflecting, EER. It's based in Denmark at Aarhus University at the so-called Interacting Minds Center. So I don't have it written down here, but again, so you can look it up. And it's also a project where the researchers, behavioral psychologists, anthropologists of science, dancers as well, art historians. So in this case, so they collaborated with Olafur Eliasson's studio in Berlin. So, and what I'm showing you here is one of the workshops that was done there just before COVID, I must say, although now I think they're continuing slowly. Also there is information online on that. So that was called Uncertainty and Participation. So indeed, as Interacting Minds Center, right? So the whole agenda is shared experiences, and very similar to the previous project I pointed at, right? So Gunsters. So this is about being in space together with the others, being aware of the objects in the room, being aware of course, your own body. So, but also being aware of the uncertainty, of the potential to unfold. So where, for instance, your own movement will go, and so on. So it is about kind of training awareness. One of the other workshops within that project was devoted to such phenomenon as microphenomenology, something also worth perhaps taking on in our discussion. So this micro types of awarenesses to the body and its situatedness, right? So it's not just about, how you extend and open up, and like Stellark does, right? But then for him also, it's highly important to locate wherever, so it's controlling him to the very particular sensations of his muscles. So he has to be aware of their precise locations and all of that. So, and I'm almost done, as I said, so that was close to the last aspects, and the last is this kind of a radical end of things that I promised you. Radical because it is about transhumanism. So speaking about technologies and augmentation, so of course it's unavoidable to also think of, okay, the future, where we're all going. And yes, we already had this discussion with Charles in the morning, so about technophilia and about this beliefs that technologies can solve our social problems, like, for instance, disability. But no, blind people still tend to use a cane, right, as opposed to rely on all kinds of devices that, well, scientists actually develop for them. So it's still not there. Well, this is something that I experienced quite recently in October, which is an opera. One more genre here for us, which is also, well, both time and space based, right? So integrative type of art, definitely not just, it's not just about music, right? Of course, it's musical theater, but in this case, so I was really impressed by staging and also about by the concept itself. So the composer, Michel van der Arme, was in fact responsible for both, well, the staging effects. Yes, I think he was, well, at least the conceptual part was his, and also there is a film component to that, so he also has training in filmmaking. The story is that, well, transhumanist story, you can guess where it goes. So a father of this woman, of a daughter, decides to upload himself, so his brain, into a machine because he's been suffering from depression after losing his wife. And then he doesn't tell her that, and so appears in her home in a form of this avatar. So the computed version of him, his well, visual side at least, and so why I'm showing it here, because well, we can think of the status, of course, of this disembodied person still being present there, right? So proprioception is also about, well, awareness of being present, right? So being in relation with yourself, with the other, with the environment. That means, well, first of all, it's being. Yes, so it's grounded in your sense of, well, in this case, it's also sharing, communication, well, right now, in the moment. And as you can imagine, it's very troublesome. So because, well, she is singing about how hard it is for her to relate to her dear father. So through only through this avatar. There is a really nice trailer also on the website that gives you an idea, a better idea of the, well, staging effects there. And so I won't fully spoil it for you, so who knows, maybe you'll see it. But it also touches on the issue I brought up just before about the value of basically connection of body and mind. And so the theme was so proprioception as kind of a method of thinking as well. And so what does she think, right? Well, first of all, she mostly feels, especially in operas, so we do need a lot of emotion. So, but she also has to imagine in the end her father being there, being with her, and then, so there are very beautiful effects that they came up with, visual effects, in fact, well, and musical too, so how they indeed share a space of imagination. So, so it is a disembodied space, right? And yet, so they do connect there. And this is, well, I guess maybe something to finish on. So all these different aspects of sharing in time, in space, so through body, but also not necessarily through body. And of course, through all kinds of artistic tactics, as I named them, so we could explore these connections further. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry if it was a bit too long.
That's fine. So thank you, Xenia, for this really, really interesting talk. We will start with the Q&A now. And if you have any questions, so just write a Q into the chat. Are there any questions? Okay, Markus Schenk has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So that you could see everyone there.
Okay, I'll wait a second. But you can hear me already, is that right, in the room? Can I think the Zoom participants can hear me. Can the room hear me?
Can you ask him to try it again?
Marcus, can you try
Okay,
it again?
Yes, now we
I try again. Now you can hear me too. Okay.
And seeing, perhaps, wait a second.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I start? Okay, then first of all, I'm not sure whether I can start or not.
No, it's fine.
Okay, great. Thanks. First of all, thanks a lot for your talk and the many examples which are extremely helpful, at least for my purposes. I don't have a question, but I have a remark which shows how helpful I find your talk. The remark is that, and we had some of the discussion yesterday over dinner, that when we consider a definition for proprioceptive art, for example, the one I've given yesterday, then this description or this definition is meant to be purely descriptive. So it tells us which object is an object of proprioceptive art and which is not. It is not evaluative. So it doesn't say that because it is proprioceptive art, it is any good or it is bad. It just says it is that kind of art, full stop. Now, I was always wondering, I have no doubt that there is proprioceptive art, and I've given lots of examples, you have given a lot of examples, but the question would then be, is there good proprioceptive art? And my guess was that here's one way it can become good art, great art, namely because we only proprioceive our own body, the proprioceptive art that makes our own body perception its subject matter, which tells us how our body, where our body is, the limits of our body, or extensions of our body, as in Stelarc's art or in this transhuman ideas about art. So I guess, and I find it somehow positively enforced by your examples, that proprioceptive art becomes great where it really has our own body perception, our own bodily limits, or crossing that boundaries, crossing that limits is the theme, is the subject, which is in Stelarc's art, and again, which is in the transhumanist art. So this is just a remark. I don't know whether you have a comment on that or not, but I find it extremely helpful to see this somehow confirmed, this guess.
Well, by addition to your question, what is proprioceptive art, also with the more value, well, let's say evaluating value-charged why, right? Why to have a reason for it, and also the ethical dimension that I mentioned at the beginning. So, and aside from, let's say, the current situation, I reference, so again, it is about being together and why it is important, right? Any other questions?
Right, thank you.
There is a question by Raivio Calomies. You are an expert in digital and interactive art. Does the proprioception concept point of view allow the rewrite of history in interactive and participatory art, similarly as concepts of participation and interactivity gave a new point of view to contemporary art?
Thank you, Raivio, for joining, first of all, and for the question about the history of interactive and participatory art. Well, in some of my presentations, when I have time, I'll focus more on the interaction component, or in fact, when I talk about the role of affect, I, in fact, Raivo, reference your own presentations and a slide with the definitions of indeed participation, interaction, and the status of those interactants, agents, and so on. So maybe we could now call them propriocevers, proprioceptors. I'm not sure. So yes, it does enrich, I hope, this discussion in terms of rewriting. Well, it's an open field, right? We are not, Putin's propaganda managers. So to rewrite something and like replace something that is already there. So let's just indeed continue. For instance, we talked here over the dinner, for instance, about relational aesthetics, and somehow that such an important and highly valuable concept back 20 years ago today feels totally dated, right? So it had its agenda, it served its purpose, so to say. So I'm not sure if proprioceptive art today would cover enough of aspects to really, let's say, win in the institutional art field that I guess we'll be also talking about more. So, but it definitely has its own right to be there and places the discussion of, let's say, participation, interaction, well, closer to, let's say, psychological explorations of perception, right? So interaction, it's a social phenomenon, right? Social psychology phenomenon, and yet proprioception is a physiological phenomenon. So it's about, well, aesthetics as, something processing sensory experiences, first of all, but also with this, when we talk not just about proprioception, or proprioceptive experiences, but about a proprioceptive art, of course, well, the idea of meaning is highly important, right? So what makes any art good art? Yes, or is martial arts, well, art? Well, it's art because it's, well, a type of skill, right? So the same with erotics, but it won't be shown in a museum, for instance, or not every martial art or sexual intercourse, right? So it still has to have many other aspects, and to consider proprioception or proprioceptive art as a type of art, well, can also enrich with other types of discourses, I would say.
Okay, we have a few minutes left for our last question, and Corona Kühnapfel has a question.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
You could show everyone there?
I will show her.
Yes, you could close the slide.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for this super interesting presentation. I really enjoyed learning about these interactive art pieces you presented. I would like to quickly go back and follow on the point by Marcus. I'm also very much interested in everything that comes after the definition of prop art as being descriptive. So this is proprioceptive art or not proprioceptive art. So I'm interested in whether proprioception or any other bodily experiences contributes to the formation of the aesthetic experience, as well as the art experience in terms of like emotions or other qualities besides the body. So whether the body and the interaction and anything we experience with the body informs aesthetic experience, or put differently, whether and how bodily engagements play a role for the art evaluation. So yeah, so basically this is also more like comment and not a question, because I'm super interested in everything that comes after the definition and the descriptive part of it, so the evaluation.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I tend to always take a very expansive take on things, so I prefer broader, open, generative perspectives. But at the same time, as someone trained also in philosophy, so I do see the value of narrowing down and also choosing, well, narrow definitions, right, and narrow takes. And yeah, for considering art specifically, it's very important indeed to, well, remind ourselves and also argue about the definitions of art. And yes, it's not always productive to always like simultaneously consider all these diverse aspects. So sometimes it's good to really dig down and deepen.
Okay, thank you, Xenia, again, and thank you for all these questions. We will have a break now, and we will be back at 2 p.m.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
you.
this for Svetlana.
Not if you can hear me. Okay, great, great. Oh, now I see a couple more people too. Great. Okay, well, I'm glad you joined us back from the lunch break. I hope you had a nice lunch break. And we now reconvene with the talk by Svetlana Shanichova, and we're very happy to have you here. Svetlana is a research associate at the Institute of Art History at Heinrich Heine University. And between 2015 and 2018, she was a fellow in the DFG research training group, Materiality and Production. Her main research interests are aesthetic and political theories of contemporary art, art and technology, exhibition concepts and practices, spatial theories, art and body, intimacy, and materiality. She completed her PhD this year, and it was on the concept of exhibition as a mode of existence. In addition to her research, she also works in the curatorial field. In her talk, she will explore an activist approach to artworks that engages the recipient's body. And now, please, everyone, give a hand for Svetlana. Oh yeah, please clip it on.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the invitation and also for the kind introduction, and I guess I just start now. You're standing on a narrow wooden plank, barely 2 meters long. You can see skyscrapers below and around you, as you are about 200 meters above the ground. You feel the board under your feet, and at the same time, you perceive the disturbing depth below you. How do you decide now? Do you dare to walk further along the wooden board and actually jump down? Or do you go back and break off this sensomotoric or perceptive experiment?
Just point it this way.
The scenario I'm describing here is the virtual reality work called Rich's Planck Experience from 2017, realized by Richard Easters, Tony Easters, and Daniel Todorov. The work, which was shown among others in the context of the exhibition Lust der Täuschung, or Thrill of Deception, at the Kunsthalle München 2018, can be described as a kind of virtual reality installation. In addition to the VR glasses, as well as the associated technical device, the work consists, in material terms, of a wooden board that lies in the exhibition space and is actually walked on by the visitors inside the exhibition. And here's also an image showing the perspective when you're wearing the VR glasses. With this configuration of a so-called simulated experience, the 3D video and the concrete material level of movement of the wooden board, the work confronts us with a wide spectrum of questions. What forms of body involvement does this work trigger? Which levels overlap? And to what extent is it about something that has not yet been explicitly grasped in the previous art scientific discussions? I will address these questions today in a sketchy way by looking at two works in a little more detail. First, the already mentioned work Rich's Planck Experience, as well as Til Bødeka's Think Outside the Box. I will first focus on these two works as settings and question their respective sensual modalities. With this in mind, I will address the question of what is specific to these works, if you want to describe them as proprioceptive. In the course of this, I will present an approach that picks up 3 moments: the level of affordance, presence and presence effects, and of inactivism and or inactivity. With this, I will, in the sense of an outline, bring the topic of bodily involvement into focus by questioning especially the relation to the environment. Finally, I will formulate a brief perspective for the further discussion of proprioceptive art. Let's now take a closer look at Ricci's Planck experience. The artwork primarily addresses the perception of height. Even more, it does not merely represent height, but makes it present. That is to say, it makes it experienceable. The scenario envisages that we visually travel in a kind of a simulation to the height of the eye-teeth floor of a skyscraper, from where we have the opportunity to surrender to the depths and jump, knowing full well that it's only simulation and that nothing can physically happen to us. Because even if the sense of sight makes us believe that we are at the height of 200 meters, we are only standing on a wooden board and are therefore just about 5 centimeters away from the ground. And it's precisely at this point that something decisive emerges. Because although they know about the safety of the experiment, the jump, if it's carried out at all, turns out to be an enormous physical overcoming. This finally culminates in a moment of impact when they hit the ground and feel the dissonance of the senses in a very radically material way. Visually prepared for a long fall, we then land on the floor of the exhibition space within a very short time. We land in a concrete here and now that suddenly becomes tangible in a different way. Ricci's Planck experience consequently operates with the medial as well as sensory superimposition. With regard to the involved senses, we can say that above all the sense of sight as well as the sense of movement come to the fore. That means that we are addressed as a seeing body and as a moving body, and are finally brought into a perceptual situation in which we ourselves perceive this twofold sense addressing. I formulate it a little more concretely. Through the discrepancy between the sense of sight and the sense of movement, we experience ourselves in a meta-reflexive way in our own sensuality. A different addressing of sensory system is accomplished by the second work I would like to talk about, at least briefly today, and which may be very familiar to some of you. Till Bödecker's Think Outside the Box. The work was, for example, shown, even though show would probably be the wrong or an insufficient term here, but it was to see it as part of artist solo exhibition Test Chamber Isolation at the Nails Project Room in Düsseldorf 2020. The work can initially be described as an isolation tank filled with warm salt water. But it's not only sculptural or installative work, for the essential moment consists in the own physical participation of the visitors. That is, the work invites not only to a reception, but to a session with an embedded and embodied involvement. The session is designed in such a way that the person, that means the exhibition visitor, enters a room individually, activates the start button, and then follows the announcements of the audio device linked to it. The person has about 5 or 6 minutes to undress and enter the isolation tank. To do this, the person has to climb up a smaller ladder on the side of the tank and enter the tank through a hatch. Inside the tank, you have to go down some steps and then, closing the hatch behind you, place yourself in the darkness. That means either you sit down in the salt water or you lie down with the whole body on the water surface. And it must be said that due to the consistency of the liquid, the body can literally lie on the water so that one's own weight is no longer felt. After the 5 minutes, the light in the entire room automatically goes out, so that it sinks into complete darkness and no longer allows any visual orientation. Thus, the session begins in absolute isolation. A voluntary sensory deprivation takes also place here. After 60 minutes, an acoustic signal sounds and the lights come back on. Then the visitor, admittedly full of salt crystals on the skin and also in the hair, leaves the isolation room dressed again. Afterwards, the visitor is, and it's also a very important point in my point of view, that the visitor is asked to visualize their own impressions impulsively on a tile on the wall of the first room with a piece of charcoal, as the picture here shows. While the question of experience is in general inherent to discussion of art, it becomes in a very direct way a moment of negotiation in the exhibition Test Chamber Isolation. So think outside the box, and also the entire exhibition and the whole setting, in a sense, transcend our usual modes and models of reception and implement a level of entanglement that and a level of engagement that presupposes a primarily bodily involvement. On the one hand, the work operates with, I call it here, classic forms of participation, because by asking the visitors to draw on the wall, it demands a direct activity. But on the other hand, there is also a completely different form of involvement that happens during the session, so that it goes beyond the traditional understanding of participation and operates, let us call it proprioceptively. That is, the physical experience becomes not merely an accompanying momentum, but the main point. In the overlapping of pictorial, installative, sculptural, proprioceptive, but also performative qualities, the work consequently gives rise to a dense interweaving to subjects that are implicitly or explicitly negotiated in it. Here, one's own body becomes an object of confrontation. Therefore, test chamber isolation encourages the performative proprioceptive activity. The exhibition explicitly addresses the theme of experience, but at the same time, it goes beyond it insofar as the experience is not merely made, but it's also made communicable. Although the two works, Reach's Planck Experience and Think Outside the Box, are very different, they are at the same time connected by certain elements, namely the going beyond installative as well as merely participative forms. Both works operate with very specific body involvements and addresses. Accordingly, they initiate fundamental shifts. Therefore, it seems productive to read them in the concept of prop art. In order to systematically take up the specificity of proprioceptive art, I propose an approach that highlights 3 moments, which I will now unfold in more detail. Affordance, at the moment of meta-reflexive presence, and an activity. Let us first look at the settings of the two works. As already mentioned, both can be described as a kind of installations. Both are composed as an ensemble of objects, whose of the VR glasses, the plank, the isolation tank, the towers, the ladder, and so on. But it does not remain merely a passive accumulation of things. What distinguishes the setting of Reach's Planck Experience and also to Berica's Think Outside the Box is a certain offering character. What is meant by this is, first and foremost, a very concrete material level that addresses us as a body. The plank on which we can stand, the glasses we put on, or the ladder we climb. This offering character is highlighted, for instance, in James Gibson's concept of affordance. This approach, on the one hand, takes the environment into focus and, at the same time, negotiates the relationship between subject and object, for it's not merely a matter of making an object usable by a subject. I quote Gibson, "The affordances of the environment are what it offers the animal, what it provides or furnishes, either for good or ill." Gibson thus emphasizes the complementarity between the animal, to which he also in a kind counts humans, and the environment. He describes the latter, the environment, as the surfaces that separate substances from the medium in which the animals live. But I have also described that the environment affords animals, mentioning the terrain, shelters, water, fire, objects, tools, other animals, and human displays. With regard to interdependencies and reciprocity, he further states, substances have biochemical offerings and afford manufacture. Surface afford posture, locomotion, collision, manipulation, and in general behavior. Special forms of layout afford shelter and concealment. Fires afford warming and burning. Detached object tools, utensils, weapons afford special types of behavior to primates and humans. The other animal and the other person provide mutual and reciprocal affordances at extremely high level of behavioral complexity. Most important here is the observation that things don't need to be classified in order to perceive their affordances. And in the introductory discussion of Gibson, Johannes Grave and others also highlight that the concept of affordance cannot be attributed to intentional decisions or actions by subjects. Affordances differ from functions and thus seen as independent of the possibilities of the perceiving subject. I quote once again, they all share the idea that our interactions with things cannot be reduced to subjective intentions on the one hand and to a given structure of material prerequisites on the other hand. In different ways, the theory of affordance, the concept of cultural techniques and practice theories seem to be involved in the even more comprehensive project to decenter the notion of agency. So we can see there is a very strong idea of agency. That means that there are several actors which are in a very active way inside, but there's also this idea that this agency has to be understood in a decentralistic way. And at the same time, this consequently brings the aspect of materiality into focus. Therefore, also the thoughts and the movements of new materialism as represented, for example, by Jane Bennett, Elizabeth Grosz, Rosie Braidotti, or Karen Barat. So they spoke and still speak out against the exceptionalism of the human and plead for taking matter seriously. The matter, they argue, is not simply passive and in this sense politically irrelevant, but, as for example Anne Catherine Hales sums it up, it's also lively and vibrant. So new materialism tends to locate the human on a continuum with non-human life and material process rather than as a privileged special category. Diana Kuhl and Samantha Frost also emphasize in the introduction to the volume New Materialism, Ontology, Agency, and Politics. In distinction from some recent examples of constructivism, new materialism emphasized the productivity and resilience of matter. The idea is to give materiality its due, allied to the myriad ways in which matter is both self-constituting and invested with and reconfigured by inter-subject interventions that have their own quotient of materiality. This gesture of decentering the human also entails a negotiation of the relationship between subject and object in a different way. In this way, the notion of materiality allows us to be mindful of entities and also modes of activity that fall outside of the common dichotomously functioning notions. The context of more than human worlds, therefore, consequently opens up a sensitivity to any forms of entities, or even more, shows the necessity to take these forms into account and not to dismiss materiality resistances as, for example, animism, but to understand them as a special acting mode of existence. Accordingly, the connotation of what objects are or do also shifts. And so, yeah, that means that both the spectrum of who acts at all is expanded, as well as the question which modes of existence are addressed by this. With regard to artistic works, it can be concluded that entities and configurations that act differently and consequently also allow other formations of materiality, and they also must now come into view. In his article, Towards an Ecology of Materials, Tim Ingold describes the dimension of the material with recourse to Deleuze-Guattari as follows. It is to think from materials, not about them, to find the consciousness or thought of the matter flow. As the dancer thinks from the body, so the artisan thinks from materials. However, this from is not to be understood in a sense of empathy or Einfühlung, for it rather focuses on the reciprocal production that takes place through materiality. Therefore, we kind of result from the material affordances, from the glasses, the ladder, the isolation tank, and so on. To sum up, the affordance can be seen as the first characteristic point of artistic works, which can be called proprioceptive in a direct way. And what is first of all important here is the focus on the environment, the respective material settings. But at the same time, it's important that the environment, the milieu, is not understood as something passive or that merely fulfills functions, but rather, speaking the Gilbert Simondon, for example, it's also an associative milieu. That means a reciprocal production takes place here, which focus both visitors as well as materials, and both as active. Now the second point. Presence effects, and also some kind of affectation moments. Artistic works operate in general with the senses, I guess it's quite clear. But the special feature consists decidedly in the fact that situations of artistic experience do not simply let us perceive something, like see, smell, touch, and so on, but that they co-exhibit the perceiving itself, so to speak. On this level, artistic works consequently initiate essential addressing. They affect us, bring us forth as subjects in the moment of affection. Some of them generate very strong immersive situations, also with a special affective intensity. The term affect, which comes from the Latin afficere, that means to add on, to stimulate, or to do to, is described by Brian Massumi, with recourse to both Spinoza, as the capacity of the body to affect or to be affected. Accordingly, affect is the crossing of the threshold seen from the perspective of ability change. Following Massumi, Marie-Louise Angerer describes affect as intensity that belongs to a different order. Angerer emphasizes that affect has no presence, but is always temporarily located between always past and not yet. That means that the effect is never immediately felt or given, it is always a kind of abstracted. In it, past and future merge as a moment of a here and now, as an experiential event, also Erfahrungsereignis, in its radical form. In his monograph, The Production of Presence, Hans-Ulrich Gumbrecht speaks of the concept of presence and also of presence effects. The title, The Production of Presence, is to be understood here in the sense of an act in which an object is presented in space. What constitutes the concept of presence and the production of presence then is primarily its understanding as a reference to the spatial and not just of a temporal level. What is present to us, quite in the sense of a Latin form praese, is in front of us, within reach of our body and tangible to it. Gumbrecht goes on to say, if produrre literally means to bring forward or to move forward, the phrase production of presence would emphasize that the effect of tangibility stemming from the materiality of communication is also an effect of constant motion. This effect, in turn, is dependent on increasing and decreasing proximity and intensity. The expression production of presence therefore refers to all possible events and processes in which the effect of present objects on human bodies is triggered or intensified. Gumbrecht's publication is consequently concerned with shifting attention to phenomena and processes that go beyond hermeneutics. That is, it's about critically reflecting on interpretation as excess or making it in its problematic self-evidence. If we formulate it in a pointedly dualistic way, then Gumbrecht's concept of presence is about going beyond the established Cartesian model of a primarily mental action, the interpretation or production of meaning, and directing the focus on the senses. The concept of presence thus offers a kind of counterplay to the centric of sense, without, however, being in a completely complementary relationship to it. This involves a rethinking and ultimately a reconfiguration of some of the conditions of knowledge production in the humanities. In this sense, Gumbrecht makes a proposal to understand the aesthetic experience, epistemologically considered, as an oscillation or as a kind of interference between the two levels of effects, the sense effect and the presence effect. With his approach, Gumbrecht consequently brings the aesthetic experience to the fore. According to his explanations, an intensity comes into play here that does not occur in this form of everyday worlds, at least not in general, because it deals with pre-conscious needs and desires. That means, to be a bit more precise, the aesthetic experience enables us, above all, to distance ourselves from everyday worlds. Therefore, Gumbrecht's text performs a conceptual differentiation and, in the phenomenological tradition, he prefers to speak of moments of intensity. So by using the term aesthetic experience, we have to consider a difference which is above all remarkable by using the German translation, for example. So there's aesthetic experience as ästhetisches Erleben on the one hand, and maybe it can be more understood in this direction of sensation. And there's aesthetic experience as ästhetisches Erfahren on the other hand. Gumbrecht favors the term Erleben here because most philosophical traditions associate the term Erfahrung with interpretation, that is, with acts of ascribing meaning. Consequently, if experience is to be understood in this sense, experiencing the things of the world in their pre-conceptual thingness will reactivate a sense of the bodily and spatial dimensions of our existence. Accordingly, in a world saturated with sense, phenomena and impressions of presence present themselves as a desire that manifests itself even more strongly. Nevertheless, sense and presence are always to be understood in a relationship of tension, since they never appear compatible or balanced within a phenomenal structure. At this point, another thing is important for our considerations: the relationship of aesthetic experience and the artistic one. For what comes into play here, as I have already prefigured, is the meta-reflexive level that such works as Riches' Planck Experience or Think Outside the Box initiate. Let's put it more pointedly. For example, Martin Seel, in his discussion of the concept of appearance, also Erscheinen, also distinguishes between a mere and an artistic appearance, which in turn implies a broad spectrum of perceptual modalities. For our concrete discussion, it means that the perceptibility of one's own body is perceived. Therefore, the Rhine likes a particular specificity of the concept of presence, for we are dealing with presence effects and that not only refer to the effective activation of the senses, but take them up meta-reflexively, or also diffractively, to speak with Astrid Dolber-Mankowski. Therefore, when we come back to our artistic works, Riches' Planck Experience initially affects us on the visual level and performs an almost too violent present effect at the very moment when we hit the hard floor of the exhibition space after the jump. And in Think Outside the Box, it's above all the suspension of the sense of sight and also the haptic of the warm liquid that address us in sensations. Let us finally come to the third point, inactivism or inactivity. As has already become clear, both Reach's Planck Experience and Think Outside the Box focus on the body. But at this point, it seems important to question this focus more explicitly in order to be able to understand what is special about this addressing of the body. Here, the distinction in particular proves to be productive, namely the distinction between body image and body schema, like Marcus mentioned yesterday, I guess. In his essay, Bild, Körper und Körperschema, Image, Body and Body Schema, John Michael Croyce addresses this distinction, which goes back to the neurologist Henry Head, among others. In the course of this, Croyce describes the body as a postural model of the body schema as a postural model of the body. That means that the body is coordinated by some kind of instance to achieve a unity of sensory impulses. Therefore, it is less about a mental process and more about a proprioceptive self that consists in the continuous grasping of the body as an ambulatory standpoint in space. Body image, on the other hand, describes around a conscious phenomenon that involves a conscious bodily self-perception, the visual appearance, and other directly sensually perceptible appearances of one's body as an object. Nevertheless, as Croyce pointed out, the body image does not produce a holistic or homogeneous image, rather produce a kind of a unification that can only be realized through the body schema. And I quote Croyce once again. The body schema involves a system of sensomotor processes that function without our direct awareness and without the need for supervision, although they support intentional activities. It controls body postures and movements without conscious direction, so that, for example, we can carry on a conversation while walking without stumbling. Even then, our attention is focused only on the conversation. Above all, it supports the intermodal translation of the senses so that the body is experienced holistically. Thus, while the body schema ensures the quasi-holistic experience of the body, self-images are created through the body image. That is, what is integrated here is at the same time also a kind of a foreign view of the self. In the body image, we see ourselves as a body, but in the same course, we are dependent on the body schema in order to be able to adjust the sense of self of a wholeness. In his discussion, Thomas Fuchs points out in particular that the body schema is not limited to the body, but has always referred to the environment as well. The body image, on the other hand, is visual and primarily provides a visual spatial idea of one's own body. Based on the previous considerations, it's evident that both Reach's Planck Experience and Think Outside the Box do not address us as either body in an understanding of Leib or body as Körper, but rather give rise to precisely modes of experience that allow us to feel both in a heightened form, body image and body schema. This in turn leads us to the concepts of e-cognition, which allows us to think of the body explicitly in interaction with the environment. In the current scientific discussion, it's especially noticeable that the so-called embodied cognition cannot be described as a certain homogeneous concept, but rather shows us a multiplicity multiplicity, and plurality. Therefore, for example, Sean Gallagher speaks of 4 different directions of recognition. For him, it's about the embedded, the extended, the embodied, and the enactive. And there is a difference between kind of a strong and a weak cognition form inside of these concepts. The differentiation consequently marks how strongly each concept involves the body. While weaker embodied cognition concepts merely speak of an extended mind and therefore understand any form of activity as embodied, but primarily related to the brain, the radical embodiment, the enactive, assumes an extreme and indispensable entanglement between brain, body, and environment. With this, Gallagher makes strong the idea that in tradition of Merleau-Ponty, it's about a bodily practice that is primarily connected to biological aspects as well as assumes a sensomotoric coupling between environment and organism. By doing so, it also co-conditions emotional processes and regulations. And I quote Gallagher once again, "The structure, composition, and capacity for movements of the body determine not only how we experience things, but also what we experience and how we make sense of the world." In relation to art and art science, a further thinking of the embodiment has been realized in the context of, for example, image science as a Bildwissenschaft. In the preface to the conference volume Sehen und Handeln, Seeing and Acting, Horst Bredekam emphasizes, based on the concept of picture act, or Bildakt and embodiment, he emphasizes the necessity of seeing both body and image not in the service of a fulfillment of conscious or unconscious projections, but to situate them in a indissoluble relationship of condition and exchange. This relationship of mutual entanglement, speaking in terms of Merleau-Ponty, is also described by John Michael Croyce. Embodiment is a key topic in contemporary cognitive science, referring to the fact that natural or artificial intelligence depends upon interaction with the environment. This conception is termed enactive because it depends upon the ability to actively gain access to the world via skilled actions involving sensing and motor activity. Following the approach outlined here, productive interferences arise for us if we extend the enactivism related to the image and transfer it to artistic situations or settings. Ritchie's Planck Experience accordingly reveals itself to be enactive by producing a dissonant overlap between body image and body schema. So we can say that there's a kind of intrusion that takes place here through the environment, the images of the hourglasses, but also through the materiality of the floor. We radically perceive the environment and its concreteness, which approaches us as a body. Gilles Boedeker's Think Outside the Box is also designed as enactive, but uses completely different techniques and sensory modalities. Here we literally immerse ourselves in the environment and experience, as it were, the state of disembodiment. This is mainly related to the fact that they are carried by the water and cannot see our body in the darkness. In this way, an over-intensification occurs, which leads us to a quasi-dissolution. Our own corporeality is experienced in floating of therefore distances itself from our usual body image as well as body schema. What happens here is a kind of becoming fluid. Now I come to the conclusion. The lecture presented here, I have dealt with the question of what constitutes artistic works that not only operate in an installative, performative, or participative way, but in a sense go beyond this. The focus was therefore on works that operate with a moment of movement, but not only represent it, but also put us as a body into the movement or involve us. In order to make it possible to describe and analyze such works, I put forward a design that proposes to trace the proprioceptive back to three moments: affordance, presence effects, and inactivity. With these three intertwined levels, it's possible to focus on decidedly different factors that have not yet been explicitly focused in previous art science and general aesthetic discussions. The core idea in all of this is to understand artistic works as environmental and environment generating, always addressing us multimodally as bodies. To sum up and to point it out once again, the approach I presented here is based on a body concept that assumes, again speaking with Gallagher, a dynamic coupling and which also takes into account the sensory-motor coordination, the affective as well as the vegetative aspects of the whole body. This brings the environment or thinking and relations into focus, making it clear once again that we can only think the body in a productive way when it becomes embedded in a milieu-dependent way, so that body in artistic situations becomes a modality in its own right, dealing with those milieu-based and active configurations and affordances. Consequently, if we are interested in talking about proprioceptive art as a kind of category or genre, then for me it's about the constellation of those three moments I presented today that make the crucial difference. As a genre, then, proprioceptive art, in my understanding, first and foremost initiates a shift that readjusts and rethinks the positioning of corporeal in art. So it's understood as materially involved, stimulated, and simply in motion. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Svetlana, for your talk. I think this added a lot of detail to what we've heard so far. If you would mind us changing positions, then I can use the board for the laptop. Thank you. Okay, great. So I already saw that we have a question in the chat. Just to remind everyone, it's sufficient to just type in a Q. You don't need to put in full sentences or even your question. So I'm giving the floor to Pedro Farina Gomez.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your talk. I would like to ask you, what is the difference you establish between aesthetic experience and artistic experience? Because you mentioned that in a slide very quickly, and I couldn't get it. If you please tell me.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your question. I would say that this topic and the reason why I just mentioned these words was because there are a very huge discussion about what's about aesthetics in general. Is it a field that is concretely just something that exists only in the art fields? That would mean that there's the discourse that says that aesthetic experience is something that is directly connected to art. And there's also another understanding of this word and of this term by saying that aesthetic experience can be made everywhere in every single situation. And for me, it was quite important just to mention this discourse and just to mention the distinction between these understandings and just to make clear that when I cite Gumbrecht, for him it's also important. Yeah, in his text is quite, I guess that there's a kind of a mix up of the both, but this concept of aesthetic in general is something that simply is quite related to several discussions, and that was actually the point why I wanted to mention it in this way.
Thanks.
Okay, next we come to Charles.
Thanks for the talk. I don't suppose I'm going to make any friends here, but I just don't get it at all why this would count as proprioceptive art. I was sort of thinking about yesterday's experience that we in person had, hanging from the roof. And for me, that was I appreciated it both because I hadn't seen anything like it before. You could say it had an original component to it, and it seemed to be speaking about something else, about connection and vulnerability, and it wasn't just about an illusion or a trick of perception. Whereas these, both the flotation tank has been around since the 1960s, extensively studied in many situations, gets people to reflect and maybe improves their well-being. You have the psychologists studying people who've been in such isolation tanks, being asked, what did you hallucinate? Which is not so different, it seems to me, from drawing on a wall. And so the Planck, again, if you went to any visual VR lab in Japan over the last 20 years, you'd always get taken there, put the VR headset on, and taken to the top of a skyscraper while walking on a plank or feeling the edge of the building as you're teetering over the edge. Again, as kind of a play or a little illusion, but nothing more. And it feels like both of the examples you gave are just directly transposing laboratory experiments without, maybe my problem is I fail to see the originality or what's extra, or that it makes you think about anything other than just the illusion or the effect itself. And that's why, for me, I was much more impressed by yesterday's example, both for its originality and because, at least for me, it made me think about more than just my feeling of horror suspended in space.
Thanks, first of all, for your comment. I think that, for me, the general point in this discussion is about, or also concerning the topic of originality, is the question, what happens then, a kind of, when you can call it as a usual experience in this floating tank, is already is still is a kind of transferred or transformed into a situation inside an exhibition space. And for me, the very special moments in general just happens in this transformation process. So for me, the originality of the work is not about the question of which materials are used here or which, new forms are here to see and so on, but the originality, in my personal opinion or in my understanding, are exactly in this transformation and in the moment, in this gesture, then you start to ask yourself what happens to our experiences, to our perception when we just focus on it. So when it's not just something that happens to us and then we just make it the kind of experience in a like your example yesterday was with the slides, for example, or with this lunar parks and so on. But for me, the question of the context and the focus on concrete experiences, or the focus on what happens when a usual experience is transformed into a completely new area and a new setting, is the more original and the more in the kind of originality and the more interesting one, because I think, and I would say that there's a huge thing that happens here. Then you can see this transformation. Then you can see that you maybe do some, somehow normal stuff that you do outside, and then suddenly you do it really in this situation, and with a completely new context and maybe completely new questions. And the whole thing for me is, it's interesting because for me, I start to think about the question, what happens here and what shifts can be seen here in this moment when you can see that your experiences just get a different focus. And that's the reason why I would say that the originality of the artworks is just because of this level of transformation and of recontextualization and of creating something new in this setting, in this new area.
Okay, next we come to Marcus.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your talk, which is so rich in valuable ideas for my own purposes, at least for my own purposes. Affordances and activism. That's great. That's been on my research agenda for a while for the Proprioceptive Art project. Funnily so, because I've been working on affordances in metaphysics projects, and now it all comes together. My question is when, I guess in Gibbon's original work, affordances are seen. These are visual cues. So we see the teapot or the mug or scissors or any tool, a hammer, and in seeing it, we know what they afford to us, what we can do with them. So I was wondering whether perceiving affordances, i.e. seeing affordances, is not what I classified as indirect proprioception, because it's mediated via seeing. It's not direct proprioception. Our vestibular system, for example, is not triggered by it immediately, straight away, but it is mediated via vision. And so my question would be a very narrow one. Aren't affordances indirect proprioceptions? But that at least they are, and it's great to have that idea now, that there are also indirect proprioceptions via perceived affordances.
I hope I can put it all together, what you just mentioned. Because the first question, as you mentioned it, was what about this aspect of all this haptic moments? So I just asked myself at the moment if it's possible to understand affordance not just in this aspect of seeing and of sight, but also, for example, something that also functions on this haptic or this tactic, I don't know, I'm not quite sure, level. And so it's just a part of the question, and the other part is quite interesting, because this question of being, of mediation is quite a question what I'm, at the moment not quite sure how to deal with it, because in my understanding it's, in most cases, it's direct understanding of what happens, or maybe I can formulate it in another way, because for me there are addressings which can use several modes, like visuality or this haptic element or this audio sphere, and I'm not quite sure that I would describe as a kind of mediation processes in a way of But I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not sure either. But it's it's for future work to decide in which sense directly and in which sense indirectly. Yeah.
But I would say that maybe the point, because for me it was important to talk about affordances, or because I thought that it could be a special characteristic point for proprioceptive art, is just the fact that when we are when there's an artistic situation, or an artistic situation has to produce affordances, in my point of view, so that then it's possible for us to interact with it in a way. It's not said that that there's kind of that the affordances are just here and we come to the situation and they are just things that happen here. Because in my understanding, there's always a relation between it. So it's kind of, something that happens as events in the moment. But nonetheless, I think that for the understanding of what happens exactly in the situation when we have an object or a constellation of objects or installation at all, that for me it's important to understand that it all creates something that I try to focus by using this concept of affordance. Because for me it was quite important to see and to focus on this material aspect and of this situation and of all these moments that the constellation of material elements just give you in a special moment, so that you react and you interact, and there's a kind of very, very strict and strong interrelation that happens here.
Let's maybe move on to the next question.
Okay,
so next up is Robin Curtis. No worries at
yeah.
all, Svetlana.
Hi, thanks so much. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much for your talk. I really enjoyed it, and I found it very stimulating. And I wanted to also, speak to Charles's comment and also Marcus's comment, and try to collect my thoughts really quickly at the same time. I wonder if it's helpful, because this is the way I generally think, to complicate the notion of affordances by considering the way that intermodality impacts our categorization of aspects of perception and aspects of articles. In other words, the things we're watching or encountering and the way we encounter them. Just to frame my own comment, I work on moving image media, and the link between, say, the avant-gardes of the 20s and the 60s and modalities that are introduced in those contexts and then taken on in popular contexts. And so you can see how there are questions of minimalisms and maximalisms that are coming into play that I found very, very closely linked to a lot of what you were saying, Svetlana. I really, really appreciated it. But it's clear too that, the impulse behind the workshop is to try to clarify things. And my impulse is always to complicate things, because I always want to return to objects that we think we've categorized neatly by saying that's a visual object. Or, that's an object, that's a tactile object. And for that reason, I think precisely the question of affordances and the way that we categorize them that's raised by Marcos is something that, to my mind, we have to question. In other words, can we isolate objects as things providing visual affordances, or is it not much more complex than that? And particularly when you have to do with moving image media, which were obviously part of the objects, like an aspect of the objects discussed both by Svetlana and Xenia in her talk. You have to start to wonder if it's simply the case of illusion versus reality or direct encounter, or whether we don't have to consider the way in which the moving image media is bringing up other issues about the way that we encounter the world. In other words, I'm with you all the way, Svetlana, in your approach. But it hinders a neat categorization of media as proprioceptic because we slide on a slide, and non-proprioceptic because it's mediated.
We will have to give Svetlana the chance to answer now.
Sorry,
we don't have that much time anymore, so I have to interrupt at this point.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure if I really can answer this, because I think that I would more read it as a kind of, or more understand it as a kind of comment or further thinking of all that I presented today. And I think, of course, usually, yeah. I would understand it as a kind of a folding of, of course, sometimes you need moments of complication and also moments then you can just make clear what's the point. And I just try to think about it in a way of categorizing these moments that I thought are, in my understanding, in the focus of this whole very complex thing called proprioceptive or proprioception at all. But I think, this point with affordances and with the visuality, it's an important point, and I think I I have to think about it, how it all depends, and thank you.
Unfortunately, I have to give a little cut to the discussion at this point, but fortunately, we only have a 15-minute break, and since Hannelore sadly had to cancel her talk, we have an open discussion scheduled. So I know we have a couple of questions in the chat and also one in the floor, and hopefully we can just carry that over to our open discussion in 15 minutes. And we hope to see all of you there. And thanks again to Svetlana, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcus, you can start.
Oh, I see. Okay, so welcome back, everyone, to the open discussion session. Great that you are here, back here. Well, it's an open discussion session. Still, I would like to kick off the open discussion with certain thoughts on what has been said so far. But then please feel free to write your questions or write a Q into the chat and ask your questions or give your comments. Now, what I've been learning so much from all the other talks already that I'm really extremely happy about the conference. And what I have learned about my own purpose, namely conceptualization, trying to conceptualize and think about different kinds of arts, genres of arts, forms of art. Within these thought processes, I would like to underline something again, which becomes clearer to myself, even clearer now to myself. Namely, 2 or 3 things. The first thing is that I myself would want to distinguish the question whether something X, a performance, an installation, or whatever, is an object of art or is a performance of art or not. That is one question. And the secondary question, or the second question afterwards, not secondary in any evaluative sense, the second question then is, now if it is art, is it visual art? Is it auditory art? Is it proprioceptive art? So I distinguish the 2 questions. You can start with the first one as well. Is X a practice which is predominantly a proprioceptive activity? Secondarily, is that proprioceptive activity art or is it not? So you can start with any of the 2 questions, but I distinguish between them. Now, of course, you can ask on top of having distinguished the 2 questions, you can, of course, ask, is because something is proprioceptive, because it is proprioceptive, is it because of that, is there the core of its artisticness? Yeah, that could be also an on top question. I think Ludger is already nodding, and I think we will learn a lot from him about that, about this interdependence of the interdependence of 2 questions I keep separate. And I think there's of course potential to correlate the 2. This is one remark I wanted to make. The other is, and I think I've made that remark already either here or during dinner or yesterday back in the room, I can't remember. Namely, this aspect of the label art being just being a descriptive label. Okay, so whether something is art or not, that by itself doesn't make it any good. There's crappy art and there are fantastic things that are not art. So once we have established that something is art, there's the additional evaluative question, is it any good? So these questions, whether if we take some fairground attraction to the museum and by institutionalism it would be labeled art, it's still the question, is it any good or is it just for the financial benefit of the museum because more visitors will come to the museum? But it's as art, it's fairly low key. Could turn out to be the case. So that is the evaluative question. Is, I find again an additional question you can ask. And as I said in response to Svetlana and also to Xenia, I guess that really the potential of proprioceptive art to make it great art is precisely where our, now in the language of body scheme, body image, where this is shaken, or where we this enlarges our experiences. So certainly art is about, some art is about enlarging, extending our experiences. And these VR, artificial reality, artistic works, etc., which makes us reflect on proprioceptions and on our body, they, I think, do have great potential to enlarge these experiences. And then I don't think that just that because they have invented in a psychology lab and then taken to the museum, just because that is the case, it's somehow shallow. I think transporting from the sciences what is a transformative experience probably is a good thing to do, and it can be really valuable. Okay, these were just a couple of remarks that came to my mind during the last and yesterday's talk. So yeah, thanks for listening. And there are questions already. The first one is from Ludger and then Corinna.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I wanted to recall your introductory remark, which I found very helpful yesterday when in your talk, when you said that art is not a natural kind, and therefore any conceptualization needs to be made according to whether it's useful or not, what you want to clarify. And since I've been working on these questions, like what is art and when is art, since, I don't know, decades now, let me just maybe add a few problems to what you've just differentiated. So for instance, when you want to ask whether proprioceptive art is an art form, just like visual or auditory art, then you are applying a concept of art that is still based on the aesthetic approach. That means that you characterize by this art forms according to dominant senses that are addressed. But that is not necessarily convincing, at least not for contemporary art, as I will try to show tomorrow, discuss tomorrow. So when discussing this question, not only what are the properties of practices in which proprioception is thematic, but in which way can we speak of a proprioceptive art, then one must be careful if one wants to follow that route. Or more generally speaking, it is, well, people sometimes think they can develop a theory of art by going back to the roots of the term. So say techne in Greek or ars in Latin. That's hopeless. You can't spell out what today is called art by going back to these old roots. So what do you do? Then some people remain stuck with a Renaissance concept of art. So for instance, I think you were the one mentioning architecture. So in a Renaissance conception of art, architecture is clearly a part of the 5 arts or so, which they had. But today, you know, I teach at the Arts Academy. Our architects often say we are not artists. That might be a problem of the Düsseldorf Art Academy, but often enough, architects today don't consider themselves as artists anymore. It's not so obvious. Just as literature, for instance, often enough is today practiced as some form of selling novels to the masses, but not as an art in that sense that we discuss it here. So it's not so obvious that you can follow that strand. And then also in German, there's this term bildende Kunst, but we don't speak of visuelle Kunst. Some do, of course, but it's not obvious. Auditory art, akustische art, I don't know if that's convincing. So for instance, if we speak of music rather, or we speak of sound art or sound studies. So what I want to draw your attention to, or our attention to, is that if we speak of visual, auditory and proprioceptive art, then we already imply a certain concept of art that is mainly 18th century, based on aesthetics, on the idea that arts are dominated by some kind of aesthetic approach to sensibility, and that is not necessarily the case. And then again, one must decide, each of us must decide if this categorization or conceptualization that we follow is rather sort of say descriptive or normative, exclusive or not. Since the 1980s, people have had a tendency to say, well, let's expand the field. Let's say that also design, also graphic novels, also cooking is art. And therefore in MoMA you have now cooks as the great chefs of the world appearing as artists. It's a nice integrative move, but on the other hand, I get nervous by that, at least by now, because the specificity of art that is, say, produced by what we do in the Arts Academy is then it cannot be spelled out if all these things are called art. I mean, why should you say, well, you're not an artist to someone who is a cook or a chef inventing? It takes a lot of argumentation to do that, but or to say by some kung fu or karate art master that he is not an artist by what he does. I would always ask, what does it make sense to call this art, or is there another category that's maybe more appropriate and that still allows us to make sense of the difference between what's in the museum shop and what is in the exhibition space? So this is only to say that descriptive concept is nice, and it's nice to integrate people and say, well, you're an artist of I don't know what, but still, I think we should, when we ask about proprioceptive art, I think we should ask in which way this can be part of a narrower and also normative concept art. That's it for now. Sorry if I was wrong.
Yeah, thanks a lot. A lot of thought-provoking material for me, and I have to think about it. I do have some intuitive answers straight away, but I'd like first to give the word to Corinna, and maybe later come back to your question or to your provoking thoughts. Thanks, Ludger. Excellent, Corinna.
Okay, thanks. So Marcus, you raised the question on finding out whether something like proprioceptive art can be good art or not good art, or if it's only for the financial benefit. And I wanted to think more about what art can be, because it also fits to my PhD project. So art can do a lot of stuff on the societal and individual level. For example, it can affect one's mood and experience, lead to the experience of intense emotions and maybe new emotions. And also it can have an effect on well-being and mental health and happiness and maybe self-identity and personal growth. And then on the societal level, it can connect people, maybe raise empathy through sharing emotions with the artist. Art can also be communicative in terms of raising awareness towards, for example, climate change. I think Xenia mentioned this before. So my question is whether maybe art that is experienced proprioceptively is also experienced more intensely and maybe evokes more intense emotions. And maybe if we have proprioceptive experiences, we can also enhance art experiences. Maybe this way also art experiences can be enhanced in the museum, or make people experience art in the museum who are usually not drawn to art. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Can I take your comment to Ludger and say, see, Ludger, that's why proprioceptive art, or art that is proprioceptive, and it's not an exclusive term, as I said yesterday. Something can be a visual artwork, an auditory artwork, and on top proprioceptive artwork. And Corinna is quite right. It's we should extend even the art which is in the museums by proprioceptive artworks, because self-identity, empathy, well-being, these are the words I could note quickly down, much easier triggered, or much better triggered, when there is a participatory and proprioceptive element in the artworks. So that's why we should extend our concept to that and take it on board.
Maybe I can respond if nobody else wants to. But what Corinna Kühnopfel has now said implies that something X is art because of some reaction provoked or instead on the side of the public. And I doubt that kind of concept of art. Also, it goes close to there's one book, I can't recall the author now, but there's a book on the ethics of art that spells out or enumerates all these super things that ethically justifiable things that art does. But I doubt that that is really the task of art, to be ethically sound.
But hang on, you just said that, I think you implied that it is art because it provokes self-identity, empathy.
That was not my position. I think that was Corinna Kühnapfel's position, saying that it's art is good because, or it is art because, to be more in a nutshell, because it provokes, say, empathy.
Okay, well, I myself at least would want to distinguish and say it's not art because it is proprioceptive and has these proprioceptive effects. It's art for some reason. Let's find it out. Why? Proprioception might be some ingredient for why there is a because, but need not be. But I wouldn't say it's art because of the proprioceptive effects. It might well be that it's good art, great art, because of the proprioceptive elements. But that's different from the question of, I would distinguish the two and then argue only for the latter bit. It is art, it is proprioceptive art. And what makes it good is that proprioception is used in this way, in this self-enhancing or self-transformative way. That is the quality aspect of it. I don't know whether Corinna wants to reply immediately, directly. Otherwise, I have a question from Robin.
Yeah, I think I didn't mean to say that art is art when it has an effect on the individual, say the emotions or mood or well-being, but that this is an outcome of the art experience. So maybe that's the art experience, and then there could be more outcomes. So this wasn't the definition of art, rather like an add-on on what art can be besides good art and financially beneficial for a museum. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Robin.
Let me just ask Corinna again then. I try to think about the reverse of what you're claiming, or what I understood you to be claiming, then to see if it's true. So what I understood you to be saying is that proprioceptive art stands out or is particularly notable because it causes potentially more or new affects. In other words, the affective power is greater in or novel in proprioceptive art. But then I wonder if the opposite, in other words, I would take perhaps conceptual art to be the reverse of proprioceptive art. And would it not also be, effective and impactful? In other words, I don't see the reason why, by definition, proprioceptive art would be different from other forms of art that work in exactly the reverse fashion, by reducing. In other words, for that reason, I consider the question of maximalism versus minimalism here as being significant. So, proprioception seems to include the entirety of the body and the investment of the entirety of the body. Let's just say something like that. So what is the case where the body is, removed from the scenario?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I didn't want to compare the intensity of an art experience of standing in front of a painting versus being in Thomas Saraceno's installation in Orbit yesterday. Yeah, I don't know yet. I mean, that's the question I raised, whether this can add to more intense experiences. And I just remember from my own experiences that whenever I remember artworks, it's mostly installation artworks, because somehow I've been in there, I explored them, I moved in them, and these are just mainly the artworks that I remember. So maybe in terms of memory, there could be also an effect of what proprioception can do. Yeah, yeah, this is still an open question.
Thanks, Robin, also for the idea that concept art is quite the opposite, because it could happen on a merely intellectual level, or at least as far as it goes without the body. Good. There's a question from the room.
Yes, from me, I guess I have to look here, right, to address our online guests. Can you hear me? Yes, fine. Yes, well, this is also not really a question, but musing. So the further we go, the more I think of, well, first of all, the diversity of approaches we have in the room. For instance, I haven't been dealing with the analytical tradition in philosophy for a while. So, and I can see really a difference in comparison to how well I was trained or I'm thinking currently. And I'm contemplating about indeed what is productive for us even now, so which direction to go, because it feels a bit, frankly, to me at least, foreclosing to ask a question about, well, well, this category, even proprioceptive art, at least, so definitely by now, so thanks to yesterday's presentations, and we go further with that, so yes, there is, well, proprioceptive art in a narrow and very precise sense, and this is related to the, of course, proprioceptive type of perception, right? So that, Marcos, you defined yesterday, so and that's an agreed upon type of sensing in psychology. Yes, so the body has to be there. So for instance, when I was talking about this opera, right? So it was really a thought provocation. So if the second body is not there, it's more about your imagination. And hence, so it would fit maybe in some kind of broader definition of, well, proprioceptive experience, perhaps, but then it won't really be even proprioceptive anymore. So, or kind of near to proprioceptive or whatever. So, but yes, all these like important, necessary components, but then to kind of continue the discussion in a broader sense, perhaps we should talk more about proprioceptive experiences rather, or how Karina also just kind of in passing, perhaps not that deliberately, was putting it kind of art approached or art experienced proprioceptively, right? And for that matter, indeed, well, any kind of art wherever, so that makes sense to experience it proprioceptively, to increase, let's say, the effectiveness of its impact on you. So then, so that could be a direction to go too. So kind of think of what kind of art practices are indeed experienced proprioceptively, and what does it mean? And then another question about the good and bad art, or great art and so on, also feel could be perhaps transformed into, well, an array of questions with more specific qualities, right? So, well, there are different types of impact, right? So maybe we can all generate a pool of adjectives, yes, so to just replace this very general, in my sense, concept of goodness. Thank you. Well, that was a comment, but also if anybody wants to take it further, please.
Great. Yeah, thanks for your comment. I'd like to pick out one aspect you noted. I mean, what is clear from my talk that I set out the whole project or the whole idea in trying to define or explicate what proprioceptive art would be. I totally acknowledge that might either be, or anything from that might just be an analytic philosopher's idea to approach art and categorize arts. It could well be, no, it's certainly true that you could phrase the question in a much more innocent way in saying, and that this is what I took, Xenia, from your comment. And you could just say, look, here's an artwork, here's a particular artwork, let's say Saraceno's net, and look how much proprioception was going on while participating, while being in the museum and in the net, and just highlight this component. Just highlight there was lots of proprioception going on. How do we deal with it now? How do we judge it? Is it important for the artwork? Is it not important for the artwork? Did it tell us anything about ourselves, about the art world, about the curator, etc., etc.? So we could very innocently just focus or just highlight that proprioception was going on there, and then see what we do with it. Whether it leads somewhere, whether talking about it, conceptualizing it is of any use for us for the dialogue about that particular artwork. And I do recognize that this is a perfectly, of course, a perfectly valuable way to talk about proprioception in art without needing the categorization I am after. Okay, so thanks for this observation. Of course, my personal interest would still be in, at least in the following one question, namely, let's focus on direct, predominantly proprioceptive art. What is it? What can it do in general? So I asked the more general question without having a particular artwork in front of me, and just ask more generally, what kind of artworks would that be, and what can they achieve for us? Okay. There are many more questions in the chat. Sorry for rambling on here. I hope I get the list correct. Benjamin should be the next.
Hi. So I want to back up the idea from Ludger that actually maybe distinguishing art forms based on their medium, the medium for which the aesthetic experience arrives, is not such a good idea. And maybe in doing this and in proposing an alternative idea for distinguishing art forms, I hope to take some things from Xenia and Marcus. So actually, why I don't think it's actually a good strategy, because as we have seen also in the talk by Marcus, it is difficult to find an art form or an artwork that is solely proprioceptive, because many times it is proprioceptive, but it has also a visual element, an auditory element, another element. And this is true for almost every artworks that there is. Also, maybe if we think about music, maybe music has just the auditory element, but when music is performed and we see it in the performance context, actually there is also the visual element, the other elements that are not auditory. So in a way we can say that also artworks, art forms that are not proprioceptive can elicit some proprioceptive impacts or effects. So actually maybe the point, and this connects to what Marcus last said, maybe we can distinguish art forms based on what is the center of appreciation. So what is really the focus of appreciation? And if proprioception is the focus, then this artwork is proprioceptive art. And this is interesting because I think that the most interesting thing about proprioceptive art is that there is a change of perspective. So we are not anymore experiencing an object, but we are experiencing an activity that we are doing. So it is a complete change of perspective. We change from a third-person perspective to a first-person perspective. And this bears a unique quality that only proprioceptive art has, and which really distinguishes this from other types of art, where we have an object where when we make a judgment, an aesthetic judgment, we say that the painting is beautiful, the painting or the musical piece is this and this. While in proprioceptive art, it is more, I felt that, and the aesthetic experience, the artistic experience is really all in this sensation. And so maybe distinguishing on the focus of the artistic piece is more interesting, because in this way we really come to understand the uniqueness of proprioceptive art. So hope that these ideas can help and be interesting for you.
Many thanks. This is super helpful, and I'll integrate this. I think we had this discussion via email as well. You pointed that out. It becomes even clearer to me what you were saying back in that email. And yeah, fantastic. That's great. Wonderful. There might be a direct answer by Robin. I know that there's a question from the room as well, which was beforehand, but Robin, if this is directly in response to Benjamin.
Yeah, sorry.
Please.
I just wonder again, with regards to the slides that we were thinking about yesterday, the Luna Park type objects made by Hurla. Can you actually state definitively how they function? In other words, the claim was made yesterday by Charles that they are proprioceptic because they are meant for use. But you could equally argue they're not meant for use. They are used, and the gallery goers actually observe those people using them. In other words, they're made to be observed. So which of the two is it to be, and who decides?
Can I respond?
I think that they actually make more sense as an observational object. In other words, watching people sliding is a way of commenting on the circus-like atmosphere of contemporary art, or the way in which it's appealing to popular, making direct reference to popular formats, and is, in other words, I think it's an object to be read symbolically rather than used corporeally. So I would say, great suggestion, but how are we to decide that?
Can I respond directly? Yes, no, okay. So I think that in this case, or we have two possibilities, or we chose where to which authority, who decides this. So maybe it is the author, it is the audience. So maybe we choose intentionalism of the author or of the audience, and this is a possibility. But actually, I would say that for me, I acknowledge that I'm with you that it is difficult to understand what is this focus, and actually I have not a problem with that, because it is more interesting and beautiful to have multiple ways of looking at artworks. And maybe this is clearer will be clearer with the talk that is coming after this open discussion about dance, because dance is really this, it's a perfect example for the fact that dance can be seen from the outside, so and be appreciated like this, but it can also be experienced from the inside as a dancer. These are two completely different aesthetic and artistic experiences, but they are not in conflict. They are complementary in a say. I don't think that one is more legitimate than the other, but the thing is that normally or traditionally we have been ignoring completely a side of the experience, so the dancer's side, and we have only focused on dance as an object art, as a scene from an audience. So actually we have lost an important factor of dance. So we have assigned dance the label of art just because it was seen as something seen from an audience and not from the dancer's experiences that are completely different are actually more richer. I don't know if it is a satisfying response for you, Robin.
Thanks. I found it very helpful. Let me just say two things. There's a lot going on in the chat now. Could I ask Till, is there a possibility for you to save the chat later and maybe distribute it to everyone? Because there's so much going on right now, might be even more, that we can have the entries there for later considerations. I know that there's a question first from the room. I'd like to offer the opportunity to the room again to ask a question, and then I'll have a look at the chat and see whether I can disentangle what was going on there.
Yes, that's me. So I want to throw in another category, one that was already mentioned in Xenia's talk, and that is the category of participatory art. And I was wondering whether we should talk about the overlap between the two concepts, because on first sight it seems like the prime examples that we are giving for proprioceptive art seem to be also covered by the label of participatory art. And then, of course, we have to think about which of the two labels it's more informative. And to me, it seems that the label of participatory seems to explain a couple of the things that we are asking ourselves. So, for example, why are artworks like this at the moment so en vogue? It seems like that has a lot to do with, well, maybe the rise of experience economy in general, or also with, well, the rise of social media, because it's much cooler to take a photo of yourself in Saraceno's net and then post it on Instagram than it is to take a photo of you standing in front of a painting. So you are participating in something, you are having an experience, and you're sharing this experience, which is what we do in social media, whether we look at art or not. And I was wondering whether there might be a merit in looking at those artworks through the other lens of proprioception, or whether someone can think of an example where the two labels don't cover all the same, so whether the overlap is not complete. That's my question.
Thanks for bringing these two concepts together. And I was thinking about the question whether there's a total overlap or only partial overlap. I think it's only partial. I don't yet know whether the one is a subset of the other. Okay, let me explain. There are participatory arts where you just engage with the artwork in that you write something on a social media platform, and then what you have written is displayed somewhere in a museum. I guess that is participatory because you participate, and what you have written is then shown in the museum. But it's hardly proprioceptive, at least not essentially. That you were typing and that you felt your finger is, I guess, not essential for that kind of artwork. So this is an example which is participatory, but not proprioceptive. I guess you can't have it the other way around. There's no proprioceptive artwork in which you don't participate, because you need your body in order to proprioceptive. So participation. So I guess that proprioceptive art is a subset of participatory art, but not the other way around.
Yesterday of the lemon zest could be an example for a mismatch in the other direction, because the painting doesn't invite us to do anything specific, but, well, we produce saliva in response to seeing the lemon. Maybe that could be an argument there.
Ah, great. So indirect proprioceptive artworks could be non-participatory. Wonderful. Thanks. So the group, the two sets are distinct. They have a huge overlap, but they are distinct. Great. As an analytic philosopher, I love this. Sorry for saying that. Sorry, I happened to switch off my microphone. Thanks for this discussion on participatory and proprioceptive art. I have to make some notes immediately. Now, let me look into the chat. Melanie has raised a question. Melanie, would you want to ask it?
Well, thank you. It's not actually really a question. It's just a wild follow-up thought that popped into my mind while listening to Benjamin. And it's just that in game studies, this is where I'm working at, game studies and ludomusicology, we have a very, very long ongoing debate about, are games art? If so, which ones? Can we consider these type of games as art or not, etc., etc. So I see a lot of smiles. Yes, it's a very long and still ongoing debate. And I felt that Benjamin's notion could be a solution to that, as by the definition he just gave, they would be proprioceptive art par excellence in a way. So it's just something that popped into my mind and that I wanted to share as a thought. And I guess I will continue to discuss that also in the chat as well, because I just saw there was a response to me. And yeah, it's that's all I wanted to say. Maybe I'll just throw in another kind of is it art or not debate in a way, but in that case it would be solved.
Absolutely, thanks. And I'm happy that we are already in touch about computer games and art. And I'm looking forward to further discussion about that. And yeah, sure enough, for me, it would computer art, computer games, or some of them would classify as proprioceptive art, indirect proprioceptive art. Unless you make your body vibrate by some tools as well, then it would be even direct.
But you do that.
You do that already. You do that.
Yeah,
I know.
We can discuss that later. Sorry.
What wonderful, great. I have lost track again of the chat. So there was Melanie. Then Corinna, you had a comment on Benjamin. I don't know whether you would want to say something as well, or do we keep it in the chat?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the idea that there are differences between art experiences on an object and then the experiences of oneself or of one's body. And I just wanted to refer to this paper by Elisa Calderola that I found interesting to read on these two distinctions.
Great, thanks. Now, let me see. There was an agreement between Benjamin and Melanie. I guess that was a direct comment, and that's okay if we leave it in the chat. Or Benjamin, would you? Yeah, okay. And Melanie has answered to Benjamin, so we leave that there. Otherwise, open up your microphones. We'd be happy to hear your discussion there. And oh, that's a question from the room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. We can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
participants who are still seated get the illusionary vicarious agency. So they get the agency illusion over a person who is walking while they still are seated. So it is quite possible to trigger proprioceptive illusions, if we want to call them illusions, while still not participating in the action that is actually going on. And that could be one example of something giving proprioceptive experiences, even though we are not actually participating in those activities.
Thanks a lot for these observations. And again, I'd like to pick out one thing. Your distinction between ontology and epistemology. Yesterday, I put forward author intentionalism, and the question came up from Robin, who is to decide whether it's a proprioceptive artwork or not? Is Höller's slides, are they proprioceptive or are they visual artworks? And I would want to defend author intentionalism. Let's ask him, and we'll see what it is. Now, why do I do this? And why do I do this? And here's the distinction: ontology and epistemology. The alternative is to let the recipient decide what it is, or to let the curators decide what it is. These are very good alternatives. And what I'm going to say in a bit should not at all limit our possibilities and our liberty to do whatever we want with artworks as recipients. We should all be free to enjoy art in whatever way we would like to, okay? So what I'm going to say now I don't want to limit that in any way. But and as I said, art is no natural kind, so it's up to us to decide. Now, if we want to decide at all whether an artwork is proprioceptive or not, we should bind it to its author, to its creator. Why? Because everything else would turn into a total relativism, which is fine, okay, fair enough. But then we could give up the concept. Then it's not. I mean, then it's too fluid. It's too changing. It's changing from individual to individual, and then we wouldn't have any chance to have a category which is somehow stable. But if we bind it to the author, to the creator of the artwork, then it's a stable decision. And then we might be mistaken. Then we might mistake, and that's an example from Charles and one from Barbara yesterday in the chat. Then we might mistake artworks for what they are. Kandinsky, being a synesthesist, might have meant his paintings to be to be auditory art, to be music. So we might mistake his art throughout for visual art. That might happen. Hence the distinction between ontology, it's a work of auditory art, Kandinsky, but epistemologically we have mistaken it. And I mean, we ever so often mistake what artists want to tell us. So that's not a surprising thing. That happens all the time. So I still would go for author intentionalism and bite the bullet that we might be mistaken, first of all. And second, I would say that this is the best we can do if we would like to categorize.
Can I get a comment?
Sure. Sorry, definitely. Charles.
I'm sort of thinking whether there's an interesting comparison to be made to the whole separate world of sort of tactile art in contrast to proprioceptive art. And you say, well, you know, it's entirely up to you, the observer, to enjoy the art as you see fit or as you feel fit a second ago. And yet there are so many so-called tactile artists, Rosalind Driscoll and others in the States, who are sort of infuriated by the fact that the author's intention was that the museum goer touch their works, Yet the institution view is, do not touch the art, it's too expensive. So there's kind of a conflict there between what the author intended, what the institution allows, and what you, the observer, might want to do with the thing. And so I wonder if, I'm going to take that, going back to, was it Constantini Brancusi's The Sculpture for the Blind, 1917, which was initially showed in a cloth bag, so you could not see it, and the viewers, well, the holders went to stick their hands into the two holes in the bag to feel the smooth marble egg. But of course that was soon prohibited from being done. And so I wonder whether there's sort of a thing here by introducing the term proprioceptive art, even though it wasn't in yesterday's installation, as we saw on the wall, that prevents this institutional shift which says, you cannot touch the art, it's too expensive. Because you can see the art, nothing much is lost by preventing you from touching the work. Whereas by calling it suddenly proprioceptive art, all the things that have been discussed over the last day or two, none of them have we been prevented from interacting with. And that's completely different from all these examples of tactile art where people can touch them for a little while and then stopped because you can see it, so you can get most of the information. Because if I call it proprioceptive, maybe that prevents the institution from stopping you from interacting with it and saying you can't go on whatever it was called yesterday because you might break it. Well, I hope we wouldn't, but
I mean, yeah, thanks. Sometimes it's not up to the recipient museum goer because of the restrictions the museum has implemented. Well, that's sad that this is the case. And then indeed, the artwork or what it was meant to be cannot be perceived anymore in the way it was created. It was created, meant to be. Actually, another instance of it is there was a huge Franz Erhard Walter retrospective in Munich. His work is certainly participatory. He focuses a lot on action, that the participants act. But most of the work you couldn't even touch. You weren't allowed to touch it in this retrospective. You could just see it. And I was very disappointed that this was the case. So another instance of what you said, Charles. Yeah, that's a pity then. I guess we need to stop sooner or later. Robin, you raised your hand. Well, I'd like to take one final question. There was by Ludger also. Oh, sorry, there are more questions. Sorry for getting confused. We take another 2 questions. Ludger, I think yours was a comment, which I hope Till you copy all the comments to some text file because they are so useful. And then there are 2 further questions, one by Robin and one by Alexis.
Actually, my question is more a comment directly to what you've been saying right now about author intention. If it might make more sense to say it now. Is that okay? Okay, I just wanted to add.
Yes, please.
I just wanted to add, I understand your impulse to want to categorize or look for ways to categorize. Like that is exactly your disciplinary, method, right? However, I think if we look at the Höller project, that would assume that he is willing to speak about his work and create a secondary text. As a media scholar, we categorize the distinctions between various media. In other words, if I make a film, then there's the film. If I comment on my film, it's a paratext. It's a commentary. If I give an interview about the film, feel free to speak about it, but it is not the film. It is not an audiovisual object. It is a text. If Höller creates an object and chooses not to speak about it, then you're going to be left without any way of working with that object. Understand that you would like to have that tool, but it's not necessarily at your disposal. And even if it is, are we to believe everything that the artist says? Is Hitchcock telling the truth when he speaks with Truffaut about his work? What's the status of those comments about his films? as much as they may be entertaining or insightful or provide an alternative perspective, are they truthful, and are they actually the instructions for use for the films? So, as I say, we tend to view those as paratexts in my field, and in order to distinguish between various medial forms, right, and the way they individually function. So I think it's a bit problematic, but I understand the impulse.
Absolutely. Thanks for this. Just one very brief comment. I've been yesterday with Maria Reicher talking about realization conditions, and those might, I don't want the artist to put them into some meta text, but they will have realization conditions, I guess, implicitly or subconsciously somehow. I mean, when Schubert composed Winterreise, he wanted it to be wanted it to be auditorily perceivable. Whether he made that explicit anywhere or not, I guess that was the intention. And so I would assume that Höller or Saraceno have at least some implicit intentions for realizations. They maybe not, but what you say is important. It shouldn't be a meta text, a meta commentary. Then it wouldn't belong to the artwork anymore. I thought of implicit realization conditions, but thanks to make me aware of this important distinction. Final question from Alexis.
Yes, my question went into the same direction as Robin's. I was also wondering about whether institutionalism on the one hand and author intentionalism are always compatible in a practical setting, because on one hand, yes, we do have to rely on art institutions because they do, no matter what we do or think, shape our aesthetic experiences. With that in mind, referring to author intentionalism seemed to me more to be like a normative stipulation, which I agree with, than to be conceptually helpful or practical, because in most cases when experiencing art, there is no manual by the author. But one way I've thought of bringing those two together is, couldn't the intention of the author, considering he expresses it, also be considered an act of an institutional act, an art institutional act? If the artist is part of the art world and gives his opinion on how his artwork should be perceived, isn't that part of institutionalism in a way?
Yeah, thanks a lot for raising this. Well, let me call it problem, because it could be problematic for me. A clash between author intentionalism and institutionalism. And let me radicalize that problem. On the one hand, I took as a working hypothesis institutionalism, on the other hand, author intentionalism. And what happens if the institution does things which was not in the author's intentions, but does the opposite? Actually, an example is the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna. They have not only the Raphael's Madonna visually presented, but also as a work to touch for blind people. So it's a relief kind of structure, and you can touch it. So that was probably not the realization, was not in the realization conditions by Raphael that it's to be touched, but here we see that it can be multimodally realized, even if it was meant to be a visual artwork by the author. So to cut it short, because we're running out of time, thanks for making me aware of potential frictions between two working hypotheses. Great. Now, thank you very much. I am so happy we had this open discussion. it was fantastically useful. Many thanks. There's another follow-up in the chat. Again, Till, please copy everything you can. And I would like to have a break now for 15 minutes, and we reconvene at 16:30 with Barbara's talk. Okay, see you soon.
Let's see. Let me just go to. Okay. So I'll share screen. Just. Okay, let me do the slideshow.
Seems to work perfectly.
There we go.
Yeah, excellent. Great. Okay, worked.
Okay, yeah, I do have a little preparation I'd like to do, which is, I'd like, if possible, I don't know if it's possible though, but I don't mind questions while I go.
This is possible.
So, okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry, just to confirm, you said questions on the go, right? While you're talking, I didn't.
Yeah.
That didn't work. Good. Yeah. Perfect.
I hope my my audio. I could have gotten an external microphone. How is it? Should I run and get an external microphone?
It's totally fine, and I'm
okay.
Done with setting it up, so you can start now if you want to.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Yeah, Barbara, are you ready to go? Then I have a short introduction, and then I hand over to you.
Yes, sure.
Okay, excellent. So welcome back, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to announce Barbara Montero, who is a professor of philosophy at the City University of New York, there at the Graduate Center and at the College of Staten Island. Her research focuses on one or the other of two different notions of body. Body as the physical or material basis of everything, and body as the moving, breathing, flesh and blood instrument that we use when we run, walk, or dance. Before entering academia, she was a professional ballet dancer. And needless to say, Barbara's paper, Proprioception as an Aesthetic Sense, has been greatly influential for all of us thinking about proprioceptive art. So thanks, Barbara, for joining us. The title of your talk is now Proprioceptive Arts. And I hand over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcus. Yes, I'm happy to take questions as we go. I've hidden the bar, though, that will show up as a chat. So if you can just interrupt me, I won't see any hand raises or anything, just so I can see my slides. Okay, well, thank you for inviting me, Marcus. And as I was saying, I hadn't thought about this in a while. It's been a little bit of time, and just hearing the talks yesterday, this morning, I was still working on my slides, but hearing the talks yesterday, I got very inspired, and I remembered just how much fun this topic is, really thinking about proprioception in art. I really enjoy it. So hopefully I'll be able to share some of my enjoyment with you. Okay. Why is my, oops, sorry. I don't know why this is, there we go. Okay, dance is a proprioceptive art. I'm gonna sort of take that as just a starting point, but nonetheless, I'll explain it too. Well, what do I mean by this? Well, what I mean, it's gonna be something different than what Marcus means. And I mean that dance as an art form depends, at least in part, both directly and indirectly, on proprioception understood narrowly. So meaning the narrow sense of proprioception, which is our sense of bodily position and movements, our sense of movements of our limbs and other body parts in relationship to other body parts, so that we detect via receptors in the muscles, tendons, ligaments, and skin. So that's how So when I'm thinking about dance as a proprioceptive art, I'm thinking about the idea that dance depends in part both directly as proprioception, your sense of your own body, and indirectly in the way an audience member might see dance and have a bodily feeling of proprioception. On proprioception narrowly in this narrow sense, movement, bodily position and movement via receptors, or as if via receptors through the action observation network. Okay, so, well, why am I using this narrow understanding of proprioception? There's no reason. It's only that you heard I was a professional ballet dancer. I still dance. I have a very good sense of proprioception in the narrow sense, so it's useful for me to think about the arts in those terms. It's something I very much experience. Another reason could be that it's how I've thought of it before, but one should expand one's views, and one day I would like to think about proprioception more broadly, but I'm not doing that yet today. So I'm going to stick with this more narrow situation, although in some cases I might question whether it's a broader sense also. Okay. Also differing from Marcus, I'm going to include works of art that you wouldn't say maybe are primarily or most importantly or appreciated proprioceptively or only, or okay. I'm going to think about works of art that one of the ways in which we appreciate them is via proprioception. So, well, I agree that the phrase, I mean, I've been thinking about that, right? The phrase proprioceptive arts, if we do want to align it with visual arts, then we should use it in the way Marcus was saying, that visual art you appreciate primarily visually. Could be appreciated perhaps other ways, I think. Perhaps, there's I'd say it's fine if you could allow touching of a painting, maybe someone who's blind could experience the texture. There's other ways, but it's sort of the central way in which people appreciate it is visually. And it's certainly an important aspect. So you would want to say then a proprioceptive art should be the central way in which we experience those arts is proprioceptively. And I know talks yesterday were focused on those arts. So that does make sense. Yet I want to focus. I want to focus on arts that just permit a proprioceptive appreciation, because I think it has been underappreciated aspect of art appreciation. So it's interesting to me. So there's just terminologically, maybe I think that that Marcus's use might make more sense. So really then I guess my title should have been something like the at least partially indirect or direct narrowly proprioceptive arts. And since I'm not going to talk about all the arts, some of the at least partially indirect or direct narrowly proprioceptive arts, but no thank you with that title, right? So anyone who has a aesthetic sensibility would not like that title, so I'm just calling it the proprioceptive arts. And what I will do is just go through, we're going to think together about a few arts. We'll get to see how far we get through this list: dance, painting, sculpture, music, literature, and poetry. And the way in which proprioception facilitates an aesthetic appreciation of them. Any questions so far? Okay. just interrupt. Marcus will note if there's a question and just he'll interrupt.
Will do. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no question yet.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, so dance. Well, dance, one way in which I think of dance as a proprioceptive art is as experienced by the dancer. The dancer is able to experience aesthetic qualities of their movement. So through proprioception. So through proprioception, the dancer can feel the grace, the power, the clarity of a movement. Well, this came up, okay, well, you can only proprioceive your own movements, so we don't get criteria for making an aesthetic judgment that it should be intersubjectively valid. So it shouldn't just be a judgment of like, I like ice cream, you don't, but there should be some way in which we can both come to an agreement. And of course, I never experienced your movement. Well, what can one say in response to that? Well, one could say there is a sort of intersubjective validity with respect to types. You don't experience my particular movement, but you experience a grand jeté in the certain way that I'm doing it. You can do that also. So we could say that there, and we can have a discussion about that type of grand jeté and the proprioceptive qualities of it. It doesn't, because of the way the choreographer specified the arms, I just cannot get the feeling of lift or something. Another response is, well, we can experience the same token item if you allow for indirect proprioception. So I have the feeling directly, and you have it by watching me indirectly. You have a feeling in your body of movement when you watch me. So that's another response. And yet another response is, well, you know, Kant isn't the only game in town. We don't have to say that aesthetic judgments must be intersubjectively valid. There's other ways of thinking of aesthetic experience, and focusing on those are useful, maybe for thinking about the role of proprioception in the arts. We have Beardsley's conception of aesthetic experience. The impulses and expectations aroused by elements within the experience are felt to be counterbalanced or resolved by other elements within the experience, so that some degree of equilibrium or finality is achieved and enjoyed. I think that is a very nice explanation of the feeling, sometimes the proprioceptive feeling of the movement of dance for the dancer. And Dewey also, sometimes difficult to understand, but there are certainly his aesthetics seems conducive to thinking about proprioception as an aesthetic sense. Aesthetic experience, as he says, involves inception, development, and fulfillment. Okay, there, that does nicely describe a feeling of movement. And maybe for my purposes, I just sort of rely on something like this. Okay, so aesthetic experience is an experience of an aesthetic property or properties. And well, what are those? Those I just sort of point to, well, they're properties like, okay, this isn't certainly all of them, but maybe a family resemblance. You can sort of understand what I'm talking about. Properties, okay. So what are they? Properties such as beauty, grace, power, precision, those sorts of properties. Are there others? Yeah, sure. But here, let's just see if we can find these type of properties. Oh, you don't want to call that aesthetic? Well, okay, we could even just give up that term. I think it's interesting how dancers can experience beauty and grace through, and these are terms we use in everyday language, so we can just rely on an everyday understanding of beauty and grace in their movements from a first person point of view. Okay, just a second. Okay, so there we go. Oops, blank slide. Okay, so.
Barbara, just
sorry.
that you
got distracted. Someone came in the door. Okay,
what I wanted to say is now that you said blank slide, we thought that you did not advance the slides at all because we still see the first slide. I'm afraid.
Oh,
sorry, not to have.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Not to have.
Okay, you see only the first slide?
Yes, I'm sorry to say that now. Your talk was so clear that everyone thought it's fine. You're still talking without slides. Sorry to interrupt only that late.
Okay, no, that's okay. I don't think I had any photos so far. So let's or illustrations. Let me see if I can fix this. Yeah, let me just. I'm going to stop share for a second, and redo everything.
Okay, sure.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, I'm glad I was trying to illustrate.
I had the feeling somehow, but then I thought it's also clear without slides that I did not want to interrupt. But now that you said now is a blank slide, I thought I should intervene.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Let me try this. Okay, so you were on that? You were on this slide only, or what? Oh, wait.
Yeah, the very first one. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I mean, let's see. Do you see another slide?
Yes. Now.
Okay.
Now it works. Yeah.
Oh, brother. Okay, so here, let's go through. It's nothing exciting. See, I'm just summing up. But we're going to get you. It was just in time for something that you should see. Okay, there's a. Okay, here we go. Now, do you see developing indirect proprioception?
We do. Yes.
Yay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the first relevant one anyway. Any questions while we're stopped?
Now I've lost track of the chat. Let me check. Not so far. No.
Okay. So that was just a few comments. At the time, I feel it's going to go so quickly. On the way in which a dancer can experience aesthetic qualities of their own movement, but I think also the audience can experience. Let's see. Okay, the audience can watch a dancer and perhaps have a proprioceptive experience, as if might want to call it as if proprioceptive. So a feeling of movement or position in their body. They might have a feeling here of flying, of extension. So the audience might have a experience of indirect experience of the dancer on stage, and the dancer on stage was trained to have an indirect experience of movement. How did the dancer learn the feeling of movement? Well, George Balanchine always recommended that all his dancers have cats, so the dancers should watch the movement of the cat, and sort of in watching have the feeling of movement. So there, might be one way to learn the feeling of flying by watching the cat move. I see a few chats. Is there?
Still no question in the chat.
Okay. Oh, okay. They just came out for some reason. Trouble. There we go. Now, training does seem to help this indirect proprioceptive experience of watching. I don't know. Since we all move, I don't think it's necessary. I think anyone who has a decent sense of proprioception. There are people without proprioception, and I've tried to find out what their experiences of dance are like. It's difficult to know, but might be degraded in some way. There was someone I talked to who has been diagnosed as having very low degraded proprioception, and he wasn't interested in the arts, but he did love baseball. That's something movement. And so I was interested, well, what was your experience of watching baseball like? Well, he loves the rules. So it wasn't an experience of vicarious feeling the movement. So training seems to help. I think with ballet, we focus so much on the feet. So in watching dance, I really know what the feet feel like. There have been studies that show that the action observation network in the brain, so the area of the brain which is active both when you do movement and when you see movement, is it's activated more when dancers are watching dance than when dancers are watching capoeira, type of Brazilian martial arts, and vice versa, the Brazilian martial artists when they're watching. So there's training does seem to facilitate more of this motor response. Okay, but does it help you to better appreciate dance? Does someone who's not had training not appreciate it aesthetically fully? Well, I would want to say there's different ways to appreciate dance, and there are some dance reviewers who have had dance training and they write about it with more proprioceptive language, and others who've not, and they might focus more on historical precedences. And I think I'm sort of a pluralist like this. That's why I guess I wouldn't sort of rely also on authorial intent or to have the correct understanding. I think that's one can do that, but just if this can be one way of experiencing it, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily better. So better in some respects, maybe one can, but maybe it detracts in some other ways. So, okay, this is the same in all the arts, right? Training enables you to experience those arts in some ways better, maybe some ways you're focusing too much on one aspect, which might not be the best way or something, or just it's different. It's different. Okay, well, let's move on to painting. Let's see, I'm just, okay. What about something that isn't performing art? Well, I think that the painter also in making certain types of paintings can experience certain qualities of form, shape through the movement of the body, and that the observer, that people who are appreciating painting can get a feeling of movement that is related to the movement the shape one sees in a painting. At least for me, this is one way in which I experience a painting. So I feel the curves in my body and the angles and the juxtaposition of curves and angles. One question arises, well, is it because you see that there is a playful curve, maybe this curve on the side is this black curve, it's on your right too, how do you see this? On the right is a playful curve, and so you interpret that in your body, do you somehow translate it? Well, I think actually that the proprioceptive experience colors our visual judgments. So I think because what is it for a curve to be graceful? That is primarily a bodily movement term. What is grace? It's something like efficiency in movement. And so I think it's because we feel, sometimes at least it's because we feel a certain movement, maybe that we imagine that we feel the artist's arm moving in a certain way, what it would take to create that movement, that we judge it as visual. So I don't think, I think sometimes the proprioceptive feeling can be prior, not necessarily always, but sometimes. And sometimes watching a artist create their work can prompt more of this proprioceptive feeling. Looking at Jackson Pollock's work, you might feel the energy there, in part because you feel the movement of your body in creating this.
Barbara, there's one question in the chat now.
Good. Let's see, I can look at it, I guess.
Hi, my name is Katrine.
Hi.
I'm a student, although I'm a little bit older. If it's okay, I'd like to take you up on the offer to ask questions in between, because I thought it was very interesting that you said that you were able to measure the reactions of the dancers while they were watching dance rather than watching other things, whereas otherwise trained people had maybe different reactions or less stimuli, or different, not less, different stimuli than the dancers. And I was wondering, because when you were talking about Kandinsky just now, and you were also using vocabulary, which for me as a non-dancer was related to dance and movement. And I was wondering, because yesterday we had some discussion, or I'm not in the topic, so I'm not knowledgeable in this area, but so I apologize. But I was wondering if there was sometimes a little bit of elitism, that basically only those who have studied the art are allowed to even talk about it. So, but I don't want to have this negative connotation of elitism, because what if truly the brain can only be stimulated if you have acquired certain knowledge? And I was wondering if you had the same experience with artists or people who have studied art, when looking at art, whether there's also more resonance in, or more stimuli, or qualitatively different stimuli. And as a second question, whether this stimuli is more of a technical nature or of an experiential nature. Because I can tell you, without any art training, yesterday in Orbit, I was probably the worst affected because of my fear of heights, but that is not a qualitative stimuli. So I was wondering if you could help me with that.
So okay, you just asked so many interesting questions, and you're going to have to remind me if I'm forgetting something. So, okay, the first thing to say is how I wish that I had performed the studies. I went through it very quickly, but that Emily Cross is the lead scientist on this studies, where she looked at ballet dancers and Brazilian capoeira performers, and found that the ballet dancers, looking at the dance, had more activity in the observation networks. Similar for the And there's a couple of papers really interesting on that. Okay, so I'm jumping a middle part, but I'm going to get back to it. So then you also went on to suggest it would be interesting to look at if it's the same for visual artists. And that is such an interesting question that I'm going to write to Emily Cross and suggest that she looks into it, or if she knows, because, right, I don't know if there's been any studies about how when you have studied painting, if looking at a painting activates more action observation network activity in your brain than if you haven't studied it. So I think that's a lovely question, and I will write to her and ask that. I don't know. I mean, I'm hypothesizing that it does. So, or even just looking at the thing is, well, I guess there's a lot of, I mean, so, okay, so look at the elitist. Okay, are you missing something out? You haven't trained, so you missed something. Well, I did try to say that I think that there's multiple equally valuable ways to appreciate a work of art, and that training is going to focus you in some ways. Sometimes it has a negative, it seems, effect, like it's very hard for me to appreciate a dance performance. I see mistakes, I see things that just you shouldn't really even focus on, but one tends to focus on that if one has the training. So sometimes there's a negative effect, and I think that one thing I was wondering, during Marcus's talk, well, I wonder if a bat could appreciate at least a work of, if a highly intelligent bat through echolocation could appreciate, well, a textured painting, that the paint is textured, or a sculpture. Well, why not? I would say if the bat was a very highly intelligent bat with the developed cognitive faculties, well, this could be another way. So that would be a way that humans don't, although I guess even humans do have some ability to develop echolocation, but this would be a way I would not have of appreciating sculpture or textured painting, but someone who has echolocation could. So I want to say that, yeah, I hope it's not elitist. And then there was a last point about, okay, maybe remind me the last point.
Yeah. That was kind of also related to the thing Mrs. Cross did, and I would be so interested to hear your results, maybe via Dr. Schrenk, because I was wondering if it's a different stimuli, because just now you also said because you have studied it, you cannot, you see the mistakes because you have a structural,
So I think that it's difficult to know, right, when you just know that the action observation network in the brain, and some of that appreciation is going to be aesthetic, maybe not, some is not. I mean, just seeing motion is not necessarily aesthetic. So that's going to be difficult to know with just looking at the brain, since we certainly don't have a sense of what parts of the brain light up when there's aesthetic appreciation. So this would just have to be something right now at our stage, in understanding neuroscience at least, of that we would just understand through reports, first-person reports. Okay, and for me, there's, I mean, unless like there's, that maybe a lot of it, I guess, in watching dance, I do feel is aesthetically important. What I'm focusing on, of course, probably much of, I'm getting much more information than what I'm focusing on through the feeling of the action observation network. But what I tend to focus on is the quality of the movement, the aesthetic quality of the movement. Now, I think actually, and then there, I think the training does help. I think it's, well, I don't know, I mean, I'm probably the grace, the feeling of grace. So Yeah.
Well, I had one comparable situation was I really love opera.
Yes.
And I do not speak Italian, or at least not well enough to follow the words. And when they started translating opera, it actually, because I also have a love of words and literature.
Yes.
So for me, actually, the experience of opera in Italian without the translation is higher, or at least subjectively higher, than when it is translated into German. So I don't know.
Right.
Barbara, before you answer, just two small things. Corinna has thankfully copied references to Cross's work into the chat. And we probably have to move on sooner or later to keep track of time.
Well, I guess I'll move. So many interesting questions. Maybe we can continue that discussion over email. I would love to. Okay, so let me just continue on. Okay, so talking about how learning affects. Okay, here's an example. This actually answers a question, a negative way in which having an understanding of how it's made. In the Pollock case, you see how it's made. It seems to, for me at least, it seems to improve my appreciation. Now, the Renaissance artists, though, were very intent on hiding their work and their efforts. They did not want anyone to see them work, because Renaissance painting is so much about effortlessness and repose. And you can see in these hands, Raphael painted, that they just are completely at rest and relaxed. And so you feel that position. And they felt that if you saw them work so hard at making the paintings, you wouldn't see the effortlessness. So there is a way in which having some knowledge might hinder the aesthetic appreciation. Okay, I was going to move on to sculpture. Statues, I think it's sort of maybe the clearest way in which you might feel the body in watching, well, except for dance, I guess. For the statue, you feel the effortlessness, that there's the contrapasso of one hip raised. It's thought of as a very effortless way to stand. So you might feel that way of standing, and you feel the effortlessness of it. Let's see. Just a second. One's phone was going off. Okay, so I think that most statues do, for at least me, then is it uninteresting that they prompt the action observation network, since that's just something they do? Well, I think it's an underappreciated aspect. I think Herta wrote about it, which I haven't really looked into too much, but I think it's still worth noting. Well, what about abstract sculptures? Do they prompt this indirect feeling of proprioception? Well, I think so. Emmanuel Tourain's spiral, for me, really does. It reminds me of the slides I saw. Yes, I have this feeling. I mean, maybe it's because I saw these slides yesterday, but this feeling of going through this sculpture. So I think they certainly can prompt a feeling of bodily movement. So in my narrow sense, it's not just sliding down. That's a bodily movement relative to the environment. But the proprioception is, in the narrow sense that I'm thinking of it, is bodily movements relative, one part of the body relative to the other part. So would you feel this in here? Well, I guess I'd want to think about that more. But I think some sculptures can abstract even, could even prompt a feeling of bodily movement, a proprioceptive experience. I guess, yeah, I mean, sliding through would not necessarily be the narrow sense in which I'm thinking about that. So maybe this isn't the best example. Music. Well, unless there's, I'll let you decide if, okay. Stopping. Well, the pianist and philosopher Charles Rosen, in his book Piano Notes, I think he just really writes in a remarkably proprioceptive way about the experience of both performing music, playing the piano, and hearing music. So, as we said, part of the pleasure of playing the piano is purely muscular. Okay, back to the question that was asked earlier. Well, is this an aesthetic pleasure? I think it could be. I think it could be. In general, the pianist, and what he says later does indicate that it is. Neither they, okay, he says he thinks pianists don't listen often, that their primary way of playing music, I've asked pianists about this, whether that's true, whether they forget to listen, is through feeling. I mean, if that's true, then it would seem, and they are artists, which I believe they are making judgments then based on proprioceptive input rather than just auditory input. So that would suggest that this is an aesthetic appreciation. I have a long quote here. Well, he talks about that Chopin's pieces, they put the pianist sometimes into difficult stretches, and that he talks about also how in listening to the music, and someone who's trained, see, I in listening to a piano piece never feel the stretch of the fingers, but that's what he hears and appreciates, the fingering in the sound. And also you can he experiences the emotional tension and intention in a hand. Well, you might think of that as a way of experiencing an emotion of tension. If you have, just touched on very quickly yesterday, right? If you have a Jamesian account of emotions, the awareness of a bodily feeling that's prompted by something could be an awareness. It could be an emotion. So, okay. So also, now there's whether you see the musician performing or just hear, it can change. Like Glenn Gould, you might listen to his music and feel it sounds sort of effortless. Watching him play, you see the effort involved. You watch a video and it might sound different to you then you might hear something, the muscles or the fingers are strong. You feel the whole body here is in a sort of strained position. Okay. Well, questions. I do. Okay, this is actually my last section. So we could, if there are any questions, I sort of rushed a little bit, but if there are any questions on this so far, I could take them before we go to literature.
Not in the chat yet.
Okay. Okay. So, one thing I hadn't thought about really until prompted a few days ago to really start thinking about this for this talk, when I thought I wanted to address the proprioceptive arts more generally, and not just choreography. And as it crosses my mind right now, I didn't say anything about choreography, which is my title. But what about literature? Literature, I think also, literature and poetry, I think also can be appreciated proprioceptively in the narrow sense, okay. Meaning as the movement and positions of your body parts relative to each other through proprioception. So, and what I've just done is tried to find some examples of this. Now, some might be better than others, but let's look at some. Well, you can see it's tight up there, so I'm going to have a lot of on one slide. Well, Moby Dick, okay, Melville, sort of the same clear example of a sentence provoking a feeling in your body. Whenever I find myself growing grim around the mouth, yeah, you know, I mean, you read that, you might have a feeling of the corners of your mouth turning down, and on William James' account, the awareness of that could be an awareness of some type of depressed sadness, the dark November in his soul, the sadness. This might be an awareness of that, this downturned corners. Okay, so let's see in right contrast. Okay, whenever November in my soul. Okay, this is, I would say, a great metaphor, and it might elicit some interoceptive feelings, but I don't think it, for me at least, it doesn't elicit the proprioceptive narrowly feelings as the mouth one does. So I wanted to make the narrow, the contrast between the narrow sense of proprioception and the broad sense. And I'm right now, I'm focusing on the narrow sense. Well, Sylvia Plath, in one of her poems, she described being pregnant as a melon strolling on two tendrils. So I'm not sure if this gives the narrowly proprioceptive, I guess it's a strolling. You might have a feeling of, I mean, especially if you've had experience there, right? If you're trained in being pregnant, it might help you to feel what that is like, or the position of the belly so extended. So I think it's possible. I'll be happy to have your feedback on these. A melon strolling, it certainly does capture the idea. Okay, Virginia Woolf from Mrs. Dalloway. Mrs. Dalloway was holding her life in her arms, which as she neared them, her parents talked about, which as she neared them grew larger and larger in her arms. So, maybe this helps you to feel, you feel something bodily, your arms encircling, and it's the life, which is not something we think of as concrete. So it creates an interesting juxtaposition with the physicality and the abstractness of life, perhaps. And we have To the Lighthouse, Wolf again. Now I'm not sure if this creates a narrowly proprioceptive experience. Mrs. Ramsay seemed to fold herself together, one petal closed in another, and the whole fabric fell in exhaustion upon itself. It could. I mean, now that I'm reading this, you might feel yourself sort of collapse in just a fold of bones and flesh and upon the collapsed, like fabric just folds. You feel your body. I feel a frailty of the body there. Let's see what else I have. John Donne, home, go and catch a shooting star. I feel that. I feel that. I feel like a jumping feeling, which gives me a sense of elation. And I think I have one more, maybe. Oh, well, of course. Wordsworth. I wandered lonely as a cloud. Although I don't know if like what this is supposed to do. Because if I felt myself wandering, it does give me a certain sense of wandering like a cloud, but I don't understand the loneliness of it. I feel I'm floating, sort of in a floating, wandering like way. Floating, of course, would not necessarily be just proprioceptive because that's movement relative to the environment. But I think a very lightness in the movement of my limbs, and I'm not sure the loneliness comes out of it. Okay, so, okay, I see I might have one more chat, and this is actually just the end, and I would appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for this inspiring talk, Barbara. Thanks.
Sure.
I do have a quick comment myself on literature, and let me put it as a question. There might be a surprising similarity to perceiving your example of an abstract sculpture, and the similarity might be mental simulation. What you were describing when looking at the abstract sculpture was you put yourself into the curves of that sculpture and you thought about how it would be like to slide along the curves of that abstract sculpture. Now in literature, at least for many of the quotes you have here, it seems like we put ourselves into the situation of a damp and drizzly November day, or describing pregnancy, thinking of a melon in our stomach. And that is a kind of mentally simulating what we read there. So there would be So there would, first of all, be this similarity between appreciating abstract sculpture and literature, and secondly, I will put this down next to mirror neurons firing, which could trigger proprioceptions. Also, mental simulation of situations, putting us into situations, can trigger proprioceptions. So it was partially this was a comment and partially a question, whether you would see this similarly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess I had been focusing or thinking that there might be situations where there isn't at least much sort of cognitive work being done to like sort of first imagine and then the imagination prompts it. I was trying to sort of think of situations in where it's almost immediate. Of course, what might be happening is very quickly mentally simulating that. So in the dance case, I don't think you see it and then imagine what it's like to feel it. I think that in seeing it, you feel it. So I don't know if there's, I mean, there can also be mental simulation. I think those maybe the way to think about it is there's sort of two different routes. Sometimes it's more deliberate mental simulation, and the mental simulation then gives you this proprioceptive feeling. I think other times, maybe with literature, it's more of the mental simulation case, and the abstract sculpture might be. Yeah, that might be true. So I'll have to think about that. It's interesting.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple of comments or questions in the chat. So Corinna lets us know that she will talk about embodied simulation tomorrow. Thanks, great, Corinna. Then there's another question by Katrine, and there's a comment by Peter. Peter, would you want to make that comment also via the microphone, or just leave it in the chat? Okay, no audio feedback, so just in the chat. Okay, thanks, Peter. Then Katrine, another question from you.
Only if there is time, but I was wondering, because yesterday when we were trying to define proprioceptive experience, we were trying to exclude emotion, and I was wondering if the physical act of when you read and you have to cry because you are moved to tears, or which is again a physical rather than, I mean, plus emotional obviously, or caused by emotion, I was wondering if that would still count as proprioceptive experience, or and if you have to laugh, which is also quite strongly a bodily reaction to something, which I personally have strongly to Oscar Wilde and Calvin and Hobbes. So, but it's rare that you have to laugh when you're alone at home with a book and have a real physical reaction to something. And I was wondering if that would count, or if it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on what your theory of emotion is, and I think on the Jamesian view, where an emotion is an awareness of bodily positions, then your awareness of your proprioceptive experience could be an emotion. I mean, there's a lot of problems, of course, with his view, but there's probably something to it. So I think it depends. So a happiness in laughing. I mean, of course, like what do you sort of you might lose the conscious focus of the body of your mouth, and you start to think about what's funny only, and then you won't be focusing on, then you're no longer focusing on the proprioceptive input. But here it would just be a means to some other type of experience, just like the visual prompts the proprioception, and then the proprioception prompts the emotion. And it might be a sort of technique that some artists use to incite certain emotions. So I think that's how I was thinking about it.
Thank you.
Okay, are there questions in the room that I'm missing? Otherwise, there's time for more, also via the chat function.
Okay. Should I look at Peter's question? Okay.
Oh, Peter said that it was just a comment that can be left in the chat.
Okay. Okay.
Well, my question would be on choreography.
Oh yeah, I
mean, do you know of actual choreographers who explicitly say or intend the choreography to be just for the dancers, so just for proprioceptive appreciation rather than for anyone seeing it?
Oh, right, because your authorial intent, you're interested in authorial intent. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, I do know. Yeah, I mean, I think I think in the contemporary, not in ballet, not in the ballet world, but in contemporary and modern dance, especially in, well, you can still think of choreographers as doing choreography even when they incorporate quite a bit of improvisation. I mean, they will you'll have many sessions, and I've been part of these, where you are guided by a choreographer, but you're really working on something to experience in the room. It's not for an audience. And sometimes you'll let an audience in. It's much more, in the ballet world, it's, I'm gonna put a link just for fun though, to something that I recently did, but I don't know if the link will work. No, I don't think it did. I don't think that link worked. Okay, sorry. I might try another link. But I think, no, that was not the right link. Let me just there, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna put a link in here. But in the ballet world, I don't think so. But certainly in the contemporary dance world, the audience you might just let them in on it, but it's not for the audience. Now dancers themselves are more frequently, even in the ballet world, will feel as if they're not, sometimes, I mean, not frequently, but sometimes we'll just feel it's for us, you know, it's for dancing ourselves. But the ballet choreographer is typically creating for the audience. But I think it's certainly, yeah, I've been involved in dance projects. And I just put a link to a little choreography I did just recently, just like a month or two ago. So, but that one is for an audience, not for just the self. Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting question.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I see that Benjamin commented on it. Of course, contact impro is a dance form where no visual audience is necessary, or the target is really the dancers themselves. And tango, of course, I guess, is also an instance. It's not, yeah, it's not choreographed, of course. There's lots of improvisation, although of course there are rules. Contact impro has its rules, and tango has its rules. So there is at least, if not a choreography, there are at least constraints of what the dancers are allowed, or at least expected to do. But thanks, great, yeah, good.
And I think it's a fuzzy line between what's choreographed and what is not, because the choreographer, sure, there's always some, and the choreographer, even there could be a contact improv score where you could think of that as the choreographer, and then there's they leave open what can be done through improvisation. So it could, I think there's a you could think of a choreographer there.
Great, good, thanks for this input. Melanie has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for this inspiring talk. And I have just a short question. I would be very interested in your thoughts on dance notation, because as you were just also referring to a dance score or something like that, I was wondering how you would respond to where to the question where dance notation would fall into all of this. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Haven't thought about that. Yeah. Well, yeah. The dance notation, it seems to like sort of drain all it's the dance minus all the proprioceptive feeling somehow. But right, you get everything but what's proprioceptively aesthetically pleasing in it. So it gives you that, and then in creating the dance, if you're trying to figure out dance just based on the notation, then what you add is the feeling of proprioception. So interesting. Okay, why don't we like find a way of adding proprioceptive? You should have now, it should feel a certain way. Because dance is usually, I guess, thought of as still like it's what the audience should see, but I could see for contemporary reasons where choreographers are often interested in the experience of the dancers, the experience in the room, what's going on in the studio. making a notation that has an addition of this is what we're aiming for, this type of feeling. So that could be, yeah. Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, very interesting question. I mean, you could not put into a score into a notation, now feel vertigo, or now feel no gravitation anymore. This you can't do. You can only tell people how to move their bodies in order to get these proprioceptions. That is interesting. While you can put down notes, and people who would know how to play the piano would immediately know how to translate it into sound. But it has to be somehow indirectly for proprioceptions. It has to be advice what to do with your body. Interesting. Great.
It's also interesting, right? The fingering might in a piano score is not specified. But if Charles Rosen is right, sometimes that fingering will, create, at least for the musician, a certain different way of hearing the music. So, but it's not specific. Okay, play it with the, well, I guess you said Chopin. I don't know if it was in the quote I gave you, but Chopin did specify this is with the pinky finger, so that you feel a tininess about it, a trembling. Yeah.
As a comment from the room.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. Go on.
I'm just thinking about whether, sort of building on, not necessarily exactly from the talk itself we just heard, but thinking about painting and proprioception, and sort of indirectly about religious art and depictions of the crucifixion would seem to be both. It's got a hugely proprioceptive element. The body in a very particular location with the tactile element, and that how many people would feel they feel some of the pain, those who are religiously minded, and that there are artists. I think there's sort of a masochistic, homoerotic British artist who has himself crucified. So maybe this aesthetic response might be on the. So far we've been focusing mostly on the pleasurable side of things, but I guess on the pain is equally valid, and there are some out there who are doing that either themselves or trying to depict it visually.
Yeah. Well, gosh. Okay. I'll just. It's nice that giving a talk, people will listen to whatever you have to say, even if it's sort of crazy and off the. But what I thought of in your comment, which is this. Because I'm interested in the narrowly proprioceptive. So this feeling of the arms extended like that, it sort of creates the chest lifting, which has a sort of upward feeling, which is a little bit heavenly. So yes, there's a lot of pain in there, but why do we love these paintings so much? Well, maybe the religiousness, the sort of this upward redemption, something, the feeling is in this extended. I mean, if you do that, there's this a feeling of awe, basically, in the body. When I don't know how much you can see my arms extended, but a feeling of awe in the body, and that could be part of chest. I mean, for me, it does that. I'd never. So there's my hypothesis that it actually does create a proprioceptive religious feeling in just the arms outstretched. So you get the pain also, but then that beauty.
Yeah, thanks for this observation. I guess somehow that tomorrow's talk by Luciana will highlight many more visual artworks that indirectly trigger proprioceptions, and medieval art, Renaissance art as well is obvious. Medieval religious art is an obvious candidate, I guess. So thanks for this observation. I see in the chat that Lena said that contact improv would be a great subject to study for proprioceptive artists. I think so too. It's very much centered on proprioception and interoception, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, before the pandemic, I was doing a lot of contact improv actually, and there are philosophers writing about it and doing it. Yeah, it's an interesting area.
Excellent. I will start to practice again and also read up all the literature. Wonderful. Now we are running out of time. So I think unless there's a question from the room, there aren't any ones left in the chat either. So let us thank Barbara again for this inspiring talk. Thanks, Barbara, for being with us here today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I'll make a note of the chat comment, and thank you. I'll see you tomorrow early. Okay.
See you tomorrow. Indeed, it is fairly early for you, right? The talks tomorrow. I know.
I don't know how early I can make it, but I'll try my best.
Wonderful. Excellent. Then have a good day and see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye. See everyone tomorrow. And if the room could still stay in Zoom, just for a couple of announcements, just for the internal group. Bye, everyone else. See you tomorrow.